I'm talking. Nobody can hear me. I'm saying hello. Why don't I remember to turn on the microphone? Minor details. Got total, pandemic face going on here still. Don't have to shave. It's pandemic, yo. Good morning. All right. Welcome basically to your last lecture day. We're probably just going to skip tomorrow, allow you guys more time to study, and we'll. Thanks, Tariq. I appreciate that, man. One thing I hope everybody gets out of this semester is that learning is hard, but learning can have moments of fun. And the more fun that you have while learning, just like anything in life, the better you retain that information. I hope so. I hope that's a true story. Um, I really hope you guys reach out to me in the future. If you guys have questions, let me know. You got my cell phone number, man. Y'all just text me. You guys have, if you're in your nursing programs or your med programs and you have questions about the physiology, reach out and ask. If I don't know the answer, I'll help you find the answer. I mean, I mean it. So keep that up. There's going to be some things, hopefully, that you're going to remember forever. That's why I do these little sayings and like, where does water want to be? Where's water want to be? So from here on out, you got to remember that the body is 60% water, and that water is moving around all the time. It's a big part of medicine, is making sure that the tonicity of the body remains constant, relatively constant. So you're always going to be thinking about this, I hope. What makes a target cell a target cell? You're giving a patient a drug. What do you know about that drug is that it will interact with something in the human body. The likely scenario is that it's going to impact a receptor or some part of that cellular pathway. Just really, that's how we utilize physiology in pharmacology, in pathos. We have to understand what's normal. We have to understand the flow of information in the human body in order to treat it. Otherwise, it's not even possible. So the root of all medicine, really, when it comes down to it, is chemistry. It's biochemistry. And don't tell chemists that, because I don't ever want them to get too big of a head, because I hated chemistry. But that's just the reality of it, is that it all comes down to what's happening at the cellular level, and it's all coming down to the biochemistry of those cells. And that's the toughest part, I think, for most people to do. Now, we've been focusing a little bit on the kind of more the bigger picture, and I like doing that. Yeah, OChem. Luckily, OChem was like the easiest day in the world for me. That's just straight from memory, right? You just got a bunch of note cards and you just write out your structures and stuff. So, but yeah, we've been focusing more on the big picture of the human body, and when we're talking about how the body ends up regulating itself over the long term, I hope you guys are very comfortable with the idea of homeostasis. That's a lot of summer courses, Tariq. Try not to do that to yourself again in the future. But is everybody pretty comfortable with this idea of homeostasis now? Like, this is basically physiology. The body is always trying to maintain a relatively stable internal environment. I mean, it's just how it works. Sometimes it ends up kicking into a positive feedback system in order to make that happen, but most of the time it's negative feedback. Oh gosh, yeah, that was a pretty bad semester, but let's not deal with that, Melissa. Let's focus on getting you guys the end of the semester blues here. Yeah, I mean, that was hair falling out of my head. I had to go to a sleep therapist. 24 hours and 24 credits in one semester was brutal. It was brutal. Did I retake everything? No, I got an A in everything. Kidding me? I'm a fighter. No, 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 no. There's no giving up. Anyways, that's just my personality. Everybody to each their own, right? But man, I no way. I'm in it to win it. So, um, yeah. So, anywho, let's get back on track because we're talking about making sure that you guys have a take-home message. Are you guys going to remember SGLT in 2 years? Most likely not. You know, sodium, I don't even know if you guys are going to remember sodium in 2 years. The reality of it is almost all of what I've been teaching you is going to get lost in the shuffle, and that's okay. I'm okay with it. Not really, but I am. It's just the reality of life. If you don't use it, you lose it. We all know this. We've been there, done that, right? So I'm trying to make sure that there's a few things that you take with you forever. And I'm hoping some of that is compassion, and I'm hoping some of that is a fire in your belly to want to help people. And a lot of my teaching style is about making sure that you understand what part of physiology is important. How can we see a patient, look at their differentials, look at what's happening with their body, their side, their symptoms and stuff like that, and how can we start to make an impression upon them and help them understand what's going on with themselves a little bit better. Do doctors sit down and tell patients everything about what's going on with their body, or they just walk in? Yeah, exactly, Tariq. They walk in and they tell people what they often don't even tell people what they have anymore, right? Literally, it's like you get on your freaking portal online. It's so impersonal. It's up to the nurses almost every single time. You're the ones talking to the patients on the phone. You're the ones that are like, working with the people. You're the face of medicine. And you need to be able to explain to them in the most layman way possible, here's what's going on with your body. And I hope you guys are going to be able to do that at least with some semblance of intelligence after taking a course like this. Hold on to the little things. Try to make them laugh a little bit. Like if they have some sort of tonicity issue, you can, where's water in your body wants to be where the party's at, yo. Try to make it so that it's personal, but also something they can understand. Because one thing I've learned about science is that, and we see it with this whole vaccine thing in the world around us, is that science is really hard to communicate. You guys feel the same thing, right? Biology and science is really hard to communicate because it takes a certain education level for people to understand what's going on. And that's okay. Another thing that I want to make sure that you guys know is just because if you guys aren't doing great with physiology, that's okay, right? Nursing is not about physiology. You ask if any of your parents are nurses and stuff, and you're like talking to them about the physiology you're learning in this class today, most likely they don't remember all of this physiology. They're not using it on a daily basis. They are, but they're not thinking about it. PAs, absolutely. You're going to actually have to take a step up because PA is a doctor. It's just a doctor without an MD, right? You're actually going through the same structured course, basically. PAs are by far, I would recommend everybody in here goes to be a PA. That's where the money's at. That's where the future's at. Hospitals are trying to hire less doctors and more PAs because they pay PAs a little bit less. They don't have to worry about the liability. Yeah, exactly. So PA is definitely where it's at. But you're going to have to understand a little bit more of the physiology for sure, for sure, for sure. But what I'm trying to say is even if you're not doing great in this course, even if you feel like you're stressed all the dang time and you just don't get it, you just don't get it. There's certain parts of physiology you're just never going to get. Who cares? It's okay. You're still going to be amazing at what you do. So keep that in mind. You get into that nursing program, you get through that nursing program, you fight through what's hard, you're going to get to where you want to go. And I hope you guys all can keep that self-motivation that got you here. The movie Big. I love that movie. Tom Hanks at his best. Deep breath. Okay. What I want to do with you all today is restructure what you've learned through the semester, kind of list it out so you guys have this idea of the comprehensive final is not going to be easy. Just saying that straight up. Okay, the comprehensive final is designed to be comprehensive. It is everything you've learned. Everything you've learned. And it's how those body systems work together. Nothing in the body works alone. So when we learn about the cardiovascular system, great. Cardiovascular system's really an amazing system. But it relies on every other system for its function. Does that make sense? Based on what you've learned over the last, AMP1, AMP2, right? AMP1, and we're talking about, skeletal muscle. Well, what's going on in the skeletal muscle can impact the rest of the body pretty easily. Bones, my goodness. Bones are calcium and phosphate. Is calcium important? Uh-huh. It runs everything. Exocytosis, so your entire nervous system, heart function, skeletal muscle function. I mean, calcium is kind of all that and a bag of gummy bears. Whereas phosphate, right? That's your bones too. ATP, phosphate, adenosine triphosphate. We better have a big storage of phosphate in our body. So something as simple as that, I hope you guys are able to retain in the future. Because if somebody's having a bone issue, it's not just a bone issue. No, this is an issue that can end up impacting all the rest of the organ systems of the body. Does that make sense? If somebody has respiratory issue, do you go, oh, it's a respiratory issue, let's focus only on the respiratory issue? Or do we start to think, well, crap, the respiratory system is all about moving oxygen. If we're not moving enough oxygen, then the heart's going to try to compensate, and our blood vessels are going to try to compensate, and our renal system's going to try to compensate. Not only that, but if the respiratory system starts to malfunction, maybe we can end up having an issue with renin if there's an ACE issue, for instance. We don't know whether that's the case or not, but it's a possibility. Not only that, but respiratory system affects 70% of your blood pH value. So if somebody has a respiratory issue, we might start seeing a pH issue. Yes, no, maybe so? And if we enter acidosis or alkalosis, well, crap. Now, if the respiratory system is malfunctioned, it can't compensate. What other organ of the body must compensate for the rest of that pH balance? Good. Kidneys, the renal system. Lungs can't do it, Tariq. Lungs are broken. Respiratory system's broken here. So the kidneys take over. And what happens to the organs in your body if they are overworked? Just like anything, right? If you overwork your muscles, if you're overworking something, if you're just putting too much pressure on yourself, taking 24 credits in one semester, they're going to get tired. They're going to end up getting overtaxed. So a respiratory failure can end up resulting in a renal failure if we're not taking care of that issue, medically speaking. Does that make sense? We want to predict and we want to try to prevent that renal damage in the future? Yes, no, maybe so? These are those important things in my mind. If you're going to go out in the future and you're going to treat people, medically speaking, understand that the body is like an ogre, right? The body's got layers, and that each layer is dependent upon the next layer. Can you guys do me that favor in the future? When you're out there working your butts off, whether you understand physiology or not, always be thinking about more than just the problem. Can you please tell me, yes, I promise I will do that? Please. You're going to be my nurses and my doctors in the future, my PAs, my dental hygienists, my sonographers. I want to make sure that you guys are out there and just considering everything. It's really easy to get shut into a box if you're working in the medical world, because unfortunately they have all those checklists that you have to check off. So, okay, cool. Now, this semester, what did we start with? What system did we start studying? What was the very first Unit 1? What's the function of the endocrine system? What have you guys learned through this semester? What is that endocrine system doing 94/7? That's the thing, right? 94/7? 94 hours a day, 7 days a week. Homeostasis, for sure. How does it act on homeostasis? It's all about communication, right? So if we're thinking about the endocrine system, if we really want to simplify this for people, like what does the endocrine system do? Because anybody ever heard that term hormonal? That person's getting really hormonal right now. It's kind of almost turned into like a negative word, right? It's got negative connotation. I don't like that. That's not what hormonal is supposed to mean, okay? Hormones are constantly fluctuating in your body. They are going through lots of different rhythmic patterns, and it's all about communication. It's all about communication. If we need a way to be able to communicate homeostasis, then we need to be able to do that. One, by transporting hormones through the blood, and then two, of course, using that nervous system I see Tariq wrote in there. And have we seen this communication through the entire semester? Cardiovascular system, hormones, right? They're involved in that process. The respiratory system, absolutely. There's hormones involved in that process too, whether it's O2, right? If there's not enough oxygen in the system, now we have something like erythropoietin getting secreted from the kidneys to help with oxygen transport because we have new erythrocytes being formed, or the lungs even secrete this ACE, right? The angiotensin converting enzyme 1, angiotensin converting enzyme 2. So we've seen these hormones come into play in every single system. Now, which hormones have been really redundant? Which ones keep coming back up, no matter what system we're talking about, it seems? MFing renin, right? Renin comes back up, and renin activates 2 other hormones that keep coming back up as well, from Unit 1 all the way to Unit 4. So which hormones should you really focus on for my comprehensive final? Renin, ADH, and aldosterone. You gots to do it. End of story. I don't know if I can emphasize that enough. And what is the only hormone that does the opposite effect of all these? ADH, aldosterone, and renin. And I'm talking about opposite in terms of blood pressure, blood volume, and that sort of stuff. AMP. Is that a helpful way to think of common sense about the things that I'm going to try to test you guys on for the comp final? It's going to be things that are comprehensive, things that keep coming up over and over and over again. What transporter is found on every single cell in the human body? It uses more ATP than any other transporter in the human body combined. Sodium-potassium pump. Should you guys make sure you understand sodium-potassium pumps and what hormones are regulating those things and where we find them in different systems and how they impact the system? Better believe that that's going to come back up again. Okay? Does this make sense in terms of Dr. H, how do I study for this comp final? How is it possible? Well, it's hard for me to say because it's comprehensive. It's so comprehensive. It's a lot of potential effort into studying for it. But look through your old homework, look through your old exams, and you start to see things that tie together. And those are the things that will be on that comp final. You're not going to possibly be able to look through all your notes in that comp final, right? It's just you're not going to have enough time. Notes are probably not that well organized in terms of the comprehensiveness of it. So just giving you guys a heads up there. What else was I going to say on that regards? Nervous system. What have we seen with every single other organ system? Cardiovascular system, for instance, or respiratory system, or even renal system, micturition, digestive system, is that every single one of those is controlled by the autonomic nervous system, either the parasympathetic or the sympathetic. True story? You better understand those systems. You need to know what neurotransmitters are being secreted and what receptors are being affected. Where those receptors are found, structure determines function. As the receptors change, the functions change. I will definitely bring you back to the autonomic nervous system during that comp final. Sound good? What else have we seen with every single one of those systems? Is that every single one of those systems, we're talking about homeostasis, talking about homeostasis? Talking about homeostasis, every single one of those systems has a reflex arc. Yes, no, maybe so? For instance, if blood pressure gets too high, we know that baroreceptors are going to fire. They're talking to the brain, CVCC, and things are going to happen to that autonomic nervous system to help to regulate what's all going on in the heart homeostatically. True story? Respiratory reflexes. Respiratory reflexes are all about CO2. They're all about CO2. I'm not sure I emphasized this very well in that respiratory unit, come to think about it, but remember, oxygen has to drop below 60 millimeters of mercury. Let me go back here. Let me go to one of those old lectures. This is going to be in unit 3. I'm going to go respiratory 3. I'm going to get you over to my screen here so that I remind you of some of these links between our units. Whoa, anybody want to, go to a rave? Let me turn this off and turn it back on again. Did you turn it back off and turn it back on again? Hopefully nobody had a seizure there. All right. So let me remind you guys of a really important graph. And this is this idea of oxygen unloading. This will be used almost every day medically. You take somebody's pulse oximeter and it's going to spit a number out at you, hopefully something like 98%. And that's why if you go to a doctor's office now, they put a pulse ox on you, it's not 98, then they take that pulse ox, they put it in a different location and they measure it again. And then if it's still not 98, then they move it around a little bit and they measure it again because they want to see that 98. And if they don't see 98, if they see something like 95 and it just keeps coming back up at 95% saturation, there's an issue. And it's a pretty dramatic issue because look at what the partial pressure of oxygen in that patient's blood is at this point. Not 100. What is it at 95% saturated? What's the partial pressure of oxygen in that blood? It's 80 millimeters of mercury. And that's not good. That's low. We're starting to have a pretty large impact on that gradient. Does that make sense to everybody? We're way down here on the curve. We're way down here. No, not there. We're way down here, but still, that's not good. Now, let's look at hypoxia, hypoxia. Once upon a time this semester, I hope, I taught you that that is anything less than 60 millimeters of mercury. Awesome. So what percent saturation of the blood is that? If you see a pulse ox at 90, that patient is in hypoxia. 90 might seem like a big number, but it's not. Yes, no, maybe so. You guys with me? So now let's look at a patient that's coming in for COVID and they're only getting on a ventilator if they're at 80 on a pulse ox or less. Go. What is their partial pressure? It's less than 40 millimeters of mercury. And what is the partial pressure of oxygen in your cells? Greater than 40 millimeters of mercury. So what just happened to oxygen transport into the tissues? It basically stopped. That's why they get put on a ventilator. Does that make sense? They should have been put on a ventilator up here at 90. In most normal scenarios, that's what it would have been. But in the COVID area, there just wasn't enough ventilators. So they were pushing it all the way down to the point where if they weren't on a ventilator, they were going to die. Does that make sense? It's all about gradients. All the physiology and all the medicine in the world is just about what we know. All these basics, all these foundations. These systems are integrated. They're working together. No one thing works on its own. Let's start writing down some formulas you learned this semester. What formula will you guys most likely never ever forget? I don't know, this semester goes kind of fast, but yeah, exactly. Cardiac output. That tends to be one that's just like, yep, Dr. H pounded that one home like hardcore. So cardiac output equals heart rate times stroke volume. That's not the only formulas you learn though, so let's give me some more. Mean arterial blood pressure. We'll go with that one. Mean arterial pressure. What is that going to be proportional to? Cardiac output times all of the resistances in the human body times how much blood volume there is. Blood volume will impact cardiac output as well, but I like to use this as its own variable. Not all textbooks do, but the reason why is because blood volume is controlled by both our fluid intake and our fluid out. So kidneys, right? It's going to have a big impact on that. So that's why I like to separate it out. Give me some other formulas, y'all. I need some more. I need some more. I need lots more. You guys should have a list of formulas that you can use. Every single unit we talked about a formula. You guys are like, oh crap. I could wait all day. I don't mind. NFP. NFP is a great one. Okay, NFP is a great one. Excretion, that's a nice simple one that helps us understand the entire renal system. That's fantastic. And NFP is actually a part of that. NFP is also a part of what's going on with blood pressure. So that's also a good one to be able to put pretty much anywhere, right? Where we have net filtration pressure, which is going to be equal to what's going into that system the hydrostatic pressure inside of the blood, whatever that blood is. If it's in the kidneys, then it's in the glomerulus. If it's in the capillaries, right? If it's in the blood, we can just put a B of blood, and that works for pretty much every single context. We just changed the subset based on where we are. Now, this is always being opposed by the proteins that are in the blood. Again, what's the number one protein? Don't write it down. Just say it out loud. I want to keep this, the chat kind of box with these equations in it for y'all. But I hope you guys are all saying the number one protein in the blood is albumin, and it's going to be the one that's ending up controlling osmosis. This is the party that's in the blood, and that's hanging out in that bloodstream, and it's always opposing filtration. So we put a minus sign on there. In addition, some fluid goes out. Ooh, I like that one a lot, Tariq. In addition, fluid goes out into the tissues, whether it's interstitial tissue or whether it's out in the Bowman's capsule, doesn't really matter, right? And as fluid gets out in there, it's putting pressure back against those blood vessels. So that's the hydrostatic pressure outside of it. And we'll go ahead and put IF for this particular one is in terms of interstitial fluid, but if it's in the Bowman's capsule, you put something like BC or just a C. And now if proteins do get out into that system, whatever system it may be, those are going to create colloid osmotic pressure. And then we can say that that is out in the IF or in the Bowman's capsule as well. Cool. Let's go ahead and write down the E1 next. We're kind of skipping around here, so hopefully when you guys go to study, you guys can organize these even better. But excretion is renal system, and excretion is going to be equal to what goes into the system minus what comes back out of the system, back into the blood, plus the tiny little bit that we put back into the filtrate. Where F is actually going to be proportional to GFR. That's what F is, right? So really, in essence, we're talking about GFR. Nobody's written down this formula yet in chat. What is GFR proportional to? NFP? That's a great start. I mean, honestly, if you remember NFP, you'll be in a really good place. But there is also that other variable that goes into place, and it's as equally as important. That's why it's just the same, there's no power signs or anything like that. This is that filtration coefficient. Where NFP, we already did up here, and that filtration coefficient, now that's going to be proportional to whatever the surface area is times the membrane permeability of that membrane. So those are good groups of equations to all have in one place. Cluster it together. Is it usually constant? It's never constant. The filtration coefficient is fluctuating every second of your life. Okay, it is going to be pretty much the fastest and easiest way for us to help control GFR. We don't always want to be changing hydrostatic pressure. So what can we do? We can change hydrostatic pressure with microscopic changes to blood vessel diameter, the afferent and efferent, and we can also have really fast changes to those mesangial cells, which now starts to cause the glomerulus to just increase in size a little bit or decrease in size a little bit. But those small changes alone are going to be enough to start to regulate that GFR. All right, what other ones were up above here? Okay, I like the flow one, right? Flow, blood flow, airflow, flow. If anything's moving through a tube, we call this flow. Whether it is liquid flowing or whether it is air flowing, it's flow. And flow is all about High to low, always. So we must have a gradient. End of story. There's got to be a gradient. For things to move through tubes, it needs pressure gradients. But a tube has walls, circular walls that always have friction grabbing onto that liquid, which is opposing flow. It's always fighting against flow as that friction is grabbing on due to the water tension, due to the properties of water flow. This is going to work for both blood flow and for airflow. So that's a good one for me to test you on. And we almost always elaborate from here, where this pressure gradient, if it's in the cardiovascular system, this pressure gradient is created by cardiac output. Whereas if this is the respiratory system, this pressure gradient gets a little bit more complicated. True story? Because now we have to have those lungs being inflated. And then the next thing that we start to think about is Boyle's law, where the pressure is inversely related to the volume. So as I start to increase my thoracic cavity volume, what's going to happen to the pressure inside of that system? Increase, decrease, no change. And everything in the universe is trying to move from high to low. So if I have a low pressure inside of my lungs, the atmospheric pressure never changes. So the pressure inside my lungs is now lower than atmospheric pressure. Boom, air flows in. Love it. What about this R down here? Well, resistance has a whole bunch of things if we're moving through a tube that's involved in it. Okay, the primary way that we go about understanding resistance through any tube is we start to think about the length of that tube. We start to think about the viscosity of the material that's passing through it. But the number one factor, the one that changes due to nervous system control and hormonal control, these two values on top are pretty much a constant. But the one that changes, the one we think about physiologically more than any of the other ones, is the diameter of that tube. Or radius, doesn't matter how you think about it. Yes, no, maybe so? You guys feel somewhat comfortable with the review of this? We've seen it so many times now. First time that you guys learned it, confusing. Second time, hopefully a little bit less, and hopefully now, here we are at the end of the semester, it just feels more comfortable. Yes, pulmonary ventilation. We already had an alveolar ventilation up above, which is good. We'll throw some pulmonary ventilation in there as well. So when we're dealing with the respiratory system, what we really want to think about is how much air is flowing in and out of the lungs over time. It's the cardiac output of the respiratory system, so it's going to be equal to how many times we're breathing in whatever period of time, multiplied by how much air is going in and out of the lungs in a single breath. Well, that's tidal volume. If we want to take into account the dead space, that would be alveolar ventilation. But I'm okay with you guys for a comprehensive final, not understanding some of those details and focusing more on pulmonary ventilation. And understanding that pulmonary ventilation is primarily related to CO2 and not oxygen. It's a really kind of odd thing for us to have to think about. But if CO2 levels go up, what's going to happen to the acidity of the blood? Increase, decrease, no change. What's going to happen to the pH of the blood? Increase, decrease, no change. Oh, don't let me trick you. The pH is the opposite of acidity. So acidity increases, pH decreases. Make sure you guys are reading that on the exams, both Unit 4 and the Comp Final. And what part of our body is monitoring, what's the primary location of our body that's monitoring for CO2. Actually, not the CVCC. I love that you wrote that. I love that you wrote that because it is still found in the medulla oblongata. The medulla oblongata is so important for all of these primordial functions. Nope, not kidneys. They're not monitoring for CO2. It's in the brain. It's in the brain. The lungs are controlling 70%, but it's in the brain. Yeah, this is one student's mess up. All right, stop. Everybody stop, 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 stop. It's in the brain, CSF. More specifically, it's part of the fourth ventricle, CSF. These are those respiratory groups. DRG, VRG, PRG. Are those abbreviations ringing a bell? Dorsal respiratory group, ventral respiratory group, and pontine respiratory group. So when we're dealing with pulmonary ventilation changes, there's a portion of your brain that controls pulmonary ventilation, and that is those respiratory groups. Cardiac output, blood vessel resistance, those are controlled by the CVCC, but pulmonary ventilation is controlled by respiratory groups. And those respiratory groups are monitoring for CO2 every microsecond of every day. Climb a flight of stairs. What's going to happen to the amount of CO2 in your blood as those muscles are utilizing ATP, making new ATP, they're burning oxygen, and they are producing CO2. So the amount of CO2 inside your bloodstream is increasing, and if you try to go up those stairs at a hefty pace, the amount of CO2 increases even more, not to mention we might start to produce some lactic acid. But that brain is monitoring only CO2 levels. And what happens to you, right, when you make it to the top of whatever, 6 flights of stairs? I used to run Martin Stadium back when I was in crew. I'd have to run the entire stadium, every stair going up and down, running. It's crazy. Yeah, exactly, Tariq. Now we're starting to hyperventilate. So the pulmonary ventilation just went up. So what do we know about those respiratory groups? Is they're controlling the respiratory rate and the depth that we breathe. Does that make sense to everybody? I'd love to get more responses from the quiet ones in the class, but it is what it is. I'm trying to help you guys study for that comm final, and we're going to do some case study stuff in just a bit. What other ones? I'm scrolling back up to see what other things have been written down, because there are two that for some reason haven't been. Oh, actually, no, Tariq got one that I'm definitely interested in. What about Fick's law, y'all? This one kind of gets swept under a carpet way too often, but we started discussing Fick's law at the beginning of the semester, and then we've used it a number of times throughout the semester, and this one's important for A&P1, although too many professors don't teach about Fick's law in A&P1. But what is Fick's law all about? Fick's law is a statement about diffusion. Everything in the universe is trying to go from high to low. And if that material can move either through a liquid or across the membrane, then we need to be thinking about Fick's law, because it's going to determine the speed that diffusion can occur. Yes, no, maybe so? This is for polar chemicals. This is for drugs. If you're giving a patient a pharmaceutical drug, we got to be thinking about that rate that drug can diffuse through the system, whether it can even diffuse through the system or not. And we know that the thing that's driving diffusion in the universe around us, right? Everything in the universe is always trying to go from high to low. So we're dealing with a gradient. It's the most important factor. It's not the most powerful factor, but it's the most important factor, because if gradient is 0, everything else is 0. Yes, no, maybe so? The next thing that determines whether or not the rate of diffusion can even occur or not is the surface area. If there's no surface area, then there's no diffusion. Take a lung out, how much diffusion is occurring across that lung's membrane? 0. There's no damn lung there. So that's as simple as I can make that. And the greater the surface area, the more surface there is for diffusion to occur across. And then the last thing has to do with the membrane permeability. This is both of the molecule that is required for diffusion, so something that's nonpolar or something that's really small, they diffuse really readily. Another thing that determines that membrane permeability is going to be the membrane itself. For instance, a membrane that didn't have sodium leak channels, rate of diffusion would not apply to that particular membrane. Does that make sense? Because sodium wouldn't be able to diffuse across that membrane. Type of epinephrine? Help me understand what you wrote there, Heather. I'm sure. Oh, type of epithelium. Yes, I got epinephrine out of that because of the abbreviation. Yeah, absolutely. But that type of epithelium is both going to be related to the membrane permeability, the surface area, right? A simple columnar epithelial cell that has no villi, or no microvilli, versus a simple columnar epithelial tissue with microvilli. Which one of those is going to have a greater surface area? Yeah, with those microvilli. Boom. Not simple. Simple, we're not there yet. Simple has to do with the distance that something has to travel. But simple doesn't increase a surface area per se. It almost always will, because the property of a simple squamous epithelial cell is diffusion, so we're going to do something in that area to increase the surface area as well. But yeah, you're referring to the distance, and we're not there yet. We're getting there, don't worry. But it does have to relate to that surface area and membrane permeability, because a simple cuboidal cell is going to have transporters for whatever diffusion it needs. A simple columnar cell is going to have transporters to increase that membrane permeability for whatever diffusion it needs. Because the reality is the thicker it gets, the harder it is for diffusion to occur across that. And that's where the simple squamous comes into play. If I have a tissue whose sole job is diffusion, what kind of epithelial tissue do you know is going to be found there? Like in the capillaries, like in your lungs alveoli. It's got to be simple squamous. It's a single piece of paper. What does not occur across your skin? Diffusion. Why not? Because we got a ream of paper, and we're trying to get things to diffuse across that ream of paper. Might make you think about lotions in the future. All the things those lotions promise. Now, that being said, every chemical that's out there in the world around you and everything you put on your skin can, even if the rate of diffusion is really slow, it can get to where it needs to get. That goes for bad chemicals too. Everything you put on your body is going to get into your body. It might take some time, but it's going to get in there. Yes, no, maybe so? I'm not going to go into it anymore, other than to say that your cells don't always recognize everything you're putting on your body. And those are the sorts of things that can potentially cause a cell to mutate. Anything that damages DNA, which is pretty much everything on the face of the planet, even carrots in excess have been considered a carcinogen, so it's pretty ridiculous. What else do we got here? I got one more big formula. Yeah, not even a joke there, Heather. I got another big formula that nobody is thinking of. Yeah, even peanut butter is a carcinogen. I mean, I'm not even joking. Everything's been determined to have carcinogenic properties. No way. Yeah, it's not going to make you die. That's not what I'm trying to say. It has the potential of causing cancer. Is it going to cause cancer? Probably not. But everything is a carcinogen when it comes down to it. Man, you must have ate pounds of carrots because that's the only way that much carotene. Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah, so there was more going on. There was more going on. Yeah, you're not wrong, Tariq. I mentioned that alveolar ventilation with pulmonary ventilation, but I said for the comp final, go ahead and focus on pulmonary ventilation. Yes, no, maybe so? I'm not going to make you guys really think about that dead space that much. We can add blood volume. Oh, I love it. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Right? Because that is an important part of what your kidney function is and how it relates back up here to mean arterial blood pressure. I love it. You can't think about what's going on with P, where E is proportional to urine volume. That's what we're dealing with here. Thank you, Melissa. That's another really good one. All right, but anyways, E and UV, these guys go hand in hand. It's actually E is proportional to UV, and actually UV is proportional to E. So these are one of those flippable proportionalities, which are pretty rare. But now we got to start to think about that urine volume and how it's related to blood volume, and they are inversely related. That's pretty darn important. Yes, absolutely. Good one. There'll be one more that I'm sure there's even more because we're talking like stroke volume, EDV minus ESV, ejection fraction, that sort of stuff. Yes? What's up, Head? Yeah. I got.
Sorry, I meant to hit my mic. It's too much to type, but what's the last thing you wrote? Blood volume is proportional to 1 over UV?
Urinary volume.
What does that mean?
This means that your kidneys are filtering your blood. So if you pee more, that urine had to come from somewhere.
Oh, I see. It's the inverse. I see. Got it.
Yep. So as urine volume goes up, you're losing blood volume. If urine volume goes down, we're retaining more blood volume. And Tariq, you finally got it there. Thank you. That's the one that we need to start our semester with. And it's one that's forgotten by far too many people. I'm not a big fan of chemistry either, y'all. I'm not a big fan of cellular biology. That always like made me go down a rabbit hole. Like it's just like literally this. If you start going to cellular physiology, there's so much that's still unknown that you can start asking questions and there's just no answer to those questions. You're not wrong. It's not the byproducts that produce the heat, though, Tariq. It's not the byproduct that produces heat. Energy is stored in chemical bonds. Energy is always stored in chemical bonds. And when you break a chemical bond, you release an energy. I don't care what chemical bond it is, whether it's, glycogen. You got this big, huge, long, multiple strand glucose chain that's in your liver. If you break those chemical bonds, you're going to release energy. And if you release energy, you release heat. End of story. Now, the thing with ATP is there's a lot of energy stored in those chemical bonds. And so when you break ATP, you release a lot more energy. And therefore, a lot of heat is lost. Because heat is just energy, but it's unusable energy. That's what heat is. Using energy is not efficient. We know this just by driving our cars around, right? Cars are not efficient. Using gasoline is not efficient. No energy in the world is efficient, not even your own body. So therefore, that's why that byproduct is heat. But let's go back to this and write down the second equation first, which is cellular respiration. And we'll actually use this space over here. We're saying, take a deep breath. We got respiratory system. Eat some food. We got some glucose. ADP, adenosine diphosphate. So now we're talking about phosphate. We're talking about phosphate? And inorganic phosphates, we're talking about phosphate? Now we're talking about bone and bone storage. Not to mention how we end up releasing and reabsorbing phosphates, which we really didn't cover this semester very well. It's just no time. It's not part of the Common Core objectives. Look at those straight lines. There's my art minor coming into play. And the byproduct here, of course, all this stuff is occurring in that mitochondria. We shake and bake. There's all those electron transport systems. It's craziness that goes on, of course. A lot more going on to this, but we're going to end up producing CO2. Respiratory system. We're going to produce some water. The whole body, 60% water typically. And of course, what we're after is ATP. Now we have energy. Respiratory system, digestive system, whole body system. Carbon dioxide can impact the entire body because why? The more carbon dioxide that's in the body, there's always water. Body 60% water. Wherever we have carbonic anhydrase, we're going to be producing lots and lots of acid. Carbonic acid, to be specific, but this is occurring every microsecond of every day. Again, you don't believe me? Hold your breath. That carbonic acid is going to be building up inside your bloodstream. CO2 first, but now CO2 is going to combine with water in the presence of carbonic anhydrase, and we're going to produce a bunch of carbonic acid. And it's these acids that are going to dissociate in a liquid, which makes that liquid acidic. Remember, an acid's just the molecule. Acidity is the solution. But in addition to that hydrogen that's released, now we have HCO3 minus, which is a buffer, yes. But these buffers don't always work perfectly in the body. So don't think just because we have the buffers that it's buffering all the hydrogens in the body. There's a lot of sources of hydrogens in the body, and we don't produce enough buffers for those. So that's why we got to breathe that CO2 back out again most of the time. Exactly. This is a weak acid buffer. This is a weak base buffer. This can release a hydrogen. This one over here can bind a hydrogen up. So this is the primary buffer system that's in that human body, for show. Am I missing any? It's possible. Well, I already kind of mentioned, stroke volume. Stroke volume is EDV minus ESV. We can throw that up here. Stroke volume equals EDV minus ESV in diastolic volume and in systolic volume, because that's kind of the whole function of the heart chambers, is to make sure that there's enough volume in it as that heart refills, the preload, and then after you contract, that's what's left in the heart is the ESV. Good. This is a pretty amazing review of the entire semester, by the way. There are a few systems that get left out when we start going into, yeah, exactly. So there are definitely things that get left out here. EKGs is one of them. Digestive system, right? Not a lot of formulas on digestive system other than things like Fick's law, for sure. But I hope you guys can see how much work and how much effort and how much lecturing and how much studying goes into actually a relatively small idea. Something that bugs me the worst about YouTube is like, especially with Crash Course. I'll go into Crash Course and I love watching Crash Course. I just think it's a great, just little prep kind of thing for students to do. And I kind of just have fun listening to Hank talk, and I love the way that they do their animations and everything. But have you ever read those comments down below? They bug the heck out of me. You taught me this in 10 minutes, and my professor couldn't teach this in 3 hours. Well, a professor's job is to teach you the basics so that when you go back and watch that crash course, it makes sense. It takes time to go through each one of those points and make sure that there's something that links with your brain. Crash course is something that people should watch not as a way to learn the material, but as a way to review the material. That's why it's called crash course. It bothers me. It takes a lot of time and effort on my part and on your guys' part just to understand something as simple as you pee more, that blood is going to start to drop. And when that blood volume starts to drop, now we're starting to think about mean arterial blood pressure. And if we think about mean arterial blood pressure, we're thinking homeostasis, we're thinking its effects on the kidneys. There's a lot going on. You guys rock. Frank Sterling. It's Frank Starling. I love that you go Sterling. But there's no equation that you all can learn. It's the statement. You guys remember like being a cult, and I'd be like, more blood in, and everybody else says, more blood out. I always do it like it's a cult, especially if it's a face-to-face class, and I'll end up doing this more blood in, more blood out, and it's kind of funny that way. But that's kind of the one of those statements that hopefully stick with you in terms of heart function. So now if a patient's blood volume goes up, if their blood volume goes up, what do we know? Blood volume goes up, that means EDV is going up. And if EDV goes up, then stroke volume goes up. And if stroke volume goes up, cardiac output goes up. So mean arterial blood pressure is going up for two reasons. One, blood volume's going up. And two, because of that increase in blood volume, EDV, the cardiac output goes up. And that's going to increase that mean arterial blood pressure too. I love it, Tariq. Yeah, man. I don't go through a day where I don't think about physiology. Then I'm not saying that's something you all should do too. It's a nuance of who I am, which can make me a bit of a pain in the ass to hang out with. All right, let's see. What I want to do is go ahead and take a break. It's 10 o'clock right now. I know normally we take a break at 10:20, but I think we've kind of covered some of the basics of what you should be reviewing, what you should focus on. There are flowcharts of the yin yang that we can. Well, that's actually, I stole that, Melissa. Did anybody know what movie I stole that from? Yes, Tariq. Does anybody know what movie I stole Pain in the Patella from? You're a real pain in my patella. It's from Hercules. It's a Walt Disney Hercules. It's what that Danny DeVito character, the little fawn, says to Hercules. I don't know. I watched that a long time ago, and it stuck with me. Yep, Phil, you got it. But let's take a break. When we come back, we'll kind of come up with a, God, this is always tough. We're going to come up with a list of flow charts that we've learned this semester. So please be back. Let's just take a nice quick 10-minute. Come back at 10:15. Does your patella actually dislocate, Andy? Or did you have a fracture? A bit? Yeah, unfortunately, I've seen, oh my gosh, I've seen some patellar dislocations. I played soccer. My wife played soccer, plays soccer. And I've seen some patellar dislocations that have been literally the patella is on almost on the popliteal side of the leg, where the patella had been dislocated and rotated almost to the back of the knee. Pretty painful. Good news, it's actually pretty easy to fix if you just got to relocate it. But yeah, there's a lot of screaming involved. Yeah, if it's actually, and when it's loose, the whole knee kind of doesn't joint properly. So can feel a little bit more pressure on the joints from that too. But I hope everybody else has gone and take a break. Go get some coffee, bio break, brain break. We're going to get even more complicated as this review goes on. I just want to make sure that you guys are thinking about everything you've learned this semester. All right, so here, present. What I'd like to review, try to think back to the beginning of the semester. What are some of the important flowcharts that you guys have seen on homework and on exams? Flowcharts, not equations, although sometimes they overlap. Heart, blood flow, for sure. Keep going though, keep going. Unit 1, there were some really early flowcharts. You guys are jumping all over the place. Can you hear me? Don't jump over, go Unit 1. Hypothalamic anterior pituitary axis, which we've seen now in a couple of different places. Good. You think you're going to need to know that for the comp final and for Unit 4, for that matter? Heck, yeah. Folks, show. Hypothalamic, pituitary, portal system. That's what we're dealing with, where it goes hypothalamic hormones, pituitary, anterior pituitary, and then out to target cells. Please make sure you guys have those, basically in one place so you can look at them later. We're not done though. What else in Unit 1? There's definitely some other flowcharts. I even tested you guys on these flowcharts. All right, I'm going to help you guys. What if there's an increase in BGL? What hormone is going to get released following oh, yes, of course. We're dealing with insulin, right? And then when insulin's in the system, what's it going to try to do? It's going to try to cause glucose uptake into the cells, which will decrease that blood glucose. So should you probably have a decent idea of how the increase in blood glucose levels causes the release of insulin and how insulin causes glucose uptake in terms of those GLUT4s, right? This is all about GLUT4. These are insulin dependent. Insulin will be a part of your future. If you're going into medicine, you will have to understand insulin. End of story. Can't fight it, can't run away from it. You're going to be involved in people that are, dealing with insulin on a daily basis. Yeah, don't resist like the receptors do, right? Get it? Get it? Get it? Type 2 diabetics? It's okay. Don't worry about it. Bad joke. All right. Thyroid hormone, maybe not so much, right? That was a really involved flow chart, lots of different diagrams associated with it, some important things that came out of thyroid hormone. Do you need to know about thyroid hormone? Yes. Do you need to know that it's involved in energetics, metabolism? Absolutely. Do you need to know that it causes upregulation of beta-1 adrenergic receptors throughout the entire body? Hell yeah, you do. We've seen that in just too many places for you to forget about it. Okay? But in terms of the flow chart for the production of thyroid hormone, maybe not as important for you guys to focus on. Does that make sense? Trying to get you guys to cover topics, one, that we've talked about multiple times, and two, that are going to be more relevant out there in the world. Now, is thyroid hormone relevant? Yeah. Are there actually a lot of people with hypothyroidism and hyperthyroidism? Yeah, it's a pretty prevalent disease. So what's happening is that that person is having an issue either making thyroid hormone or making too much thyroid hormone. So that flow chart, it's not a benign flow chart. We just haven't seen it as much through the semester. So that's why I'm not having you guys focus on it as much. Those are good ones right there. Blood flow through the heart. Sure, I like that one a lot. Another good flow chart for you guys to learn has to do with mean arterial blood pressure. Because we already know the equation. Mean arterial blood pressure is proportional to cardiac output times TPR times blood volume. But what we can do is we can take that exact same thing and we can give this 3 flows. Mean arterial blood pressure. What are the 3 variables that impact mean arterial blood pressure? Cardiac output, TPR, blood volume. And can we elaborate on this flow chart? Do we know different things that impact cardiac output? Oh, yeah, we do. Heart rate, stroke volume. Do we know things that impact the total peripheral resistance? Oh, yeah, we do, right? This is all about the length of the tube, the viscosity of the tube, but the most important variable is going to be 1 over R to the 4th. Blood volume. Goodness gracious me, oh my. You can elaborate like crazy on this blood volume one now, because blood volume can either go up or blood volume can go down. Whew. Now we're talking about kidneys, we're talking about hormones. This is a big one. And it's a lot more complex if you start to think about it in terms of the kidneys. Yes, no, maybe so? So you guys, right? That's the great thing about flowcharts. Flowcharts, there's no one way to do a flowchart. There are multiple ways that you guys can do flowcharts. So in terms of blood volume, for instance, you can talk about intake or you can talk about excretion, right? That's just one way to think about blood volume, whatever goes in versus whatever goes out. But then there's a lot that goes into hypothalamic control of intake. For instance, EDH and Ang2 are hormones that impact intake versus excretion. Now we're talking about those kidneys and GFR, and yeah. If GFR increases, the effect would decrease blood volume. Absolutely, 100%. What's your body going to do in order to compensate for that decrease in blood volume? What's the easiest thing your body can do? GFR is going up, blood volume starting to drop. Opposite, if you peed, you decrease your blood volume even more. You guys are overthinking, which is fine. Fine. Right now your GFR is up. So you can't pee less because GFR is up. It's just, whatever. The question is, if GFR increases, the effect would be a decrease in blood volume. Absolutely. So how is the body going to immediately try to compensate? It's going to start affecting, it can't change excretion. GFR just went up, right? So we're not really going to be, at that point, once urine volume goes up, okay, let me take you back here. Urine volume just went up. So what just happened to that patient's blood volume? Increase, decrease, no change. Decrease, decrease. Urine volume went up and it's opposite, so that blood volume started to drop. So what just happened to that mean arterial blood pressure? Increase, decrease, no change. So what immediate things might happen in that body to try to compensate? If blood volume drops, mean arterial blood pressure drops, what are we going to do? We're going to increase cardiac output and increase resistance. It's going to be boom, just like that. Does that make sense? We don't want that for the long term because that can start causing hypertension and heart failure. So we want to fix that. We're going to try to fix that mean arterial blood pressure, and we're going to try to fix that change in blood volume. So we're going to try to get that GFR back to normal. Something we can do actually is just drink some water. So it's going to cause us to become thirsty. We're going to try to bring that blood volume back up. Then we can bring cardiac output and TPR back to normal. Does that make sense? Other things, of course, are going to be ADH, aldosterone, renin. Damn you, renin. Second blood volume drops, whether it's because we pee too much or whether we're bleeding out. Blood volume's dropping, renin's going to be secreted. End of story. Cool. Some other flow charts. So like for respiratory system, I don't know, I guess this color works. So for respiratory system, the conduction of air. Does that make sense? So all of the anatomy involved in that respiratory conduction. Yes, no? Easy peasy lemon squeezy right there. I don't think that's too crazy. Right? Other flow charts for the respiratory system are going to be transportation. Transportation. So I'm talking about transportation of oxygen and CO2. A lot can be said about transportation of O2 and CO2. One of them was that big flow chart, had to do with atmospheric pressures and how the atmospheric pressure is driving oxygen into the blood and then being transported through the blood to the tissues, and the amount of O2 is going to be changing, and CO2, you guys know what I'm talking about, the transportation based on gas exchange and all that other sort of stuff. In addition, there were flow charts for what happens to CO2 and how CO2 is transported. Whereas CO2 levels increase, CO2 enters that RBC, 7% is going to diffuse into the blood, into the plasma, and then the other 93% goes into that RBC. Of that, 23% binds to the hemoglobin. Of that other stuff, the 70% that's left over, it gets converted into bicarb and then transported out of the cell by chloride shift. So just by writing transportation of O2 and CO2, that's actually a pretty big story. And I definitely want you guys to be thinking of it. Digestive system. Should be able to do a flow chart for the entire digestive system. I'm talking about the GI tract, but all of the organs. So you should be able to put into play the pancreas and the liver even, right? Where we have a separate flow chart where bile is being produced, stored in the gallbladder or not, doesn't really matter, and then being put down into the duodenum. For the digestive system, definitely do a flow chart for those organs. In addition, we want to be able to think about hydrochloric acid. So we want to be able to think about the G cells, the parietal cells, and the chief cells. Pretty big part of what's going on there. And then 3, the big flow charts are the tough ones, because this has to do with the ingestion of specific nutrients like carbohydrates, proteins, so forth, so on. So we ingest those biomolecules. The next thing we need to do is digest them, right? And digestion's both a mechanical and chemical process. And then finally, we need to absorb them. So this is what that last test was asking you guys to do for, what did I ask you to do it for? Carbohydrates, right? Where we talked about digestion. Well, what chemicals are involved in the digestion of those carbohydrates? And then the question says, let's get this stuff into the blood. So you had to talk about absorption. And if we're talking about absorption or secretion, what must we be thinking about? Through the entire body, if we're talking about absorption or secretion, we should be thinking about those protein transporters. Good. Good, 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 good. Renal system. Now we're talking about GFR. So we can do another flow chart like this, but it'd be for GFR. That's a pretty big deal. Lots of flow chart coolness for GFR. Renal system, we definitely need to make sure that we understand a flow chart for GFR. End of story. And then the last one, not the last one, but the last one for the renal system that you should really, really focus on. By the way, GFR, what we're actually dealing with, and I was going to come back to this, but I'll go ahead and put it and list it here. But remember, when we're talking about like mean arterial blood pressure, and when we're talking about digestive system, and when we're talking about renal system, what we're actually referring to with all these flowcharts are intrinsic versus extrinsic controls. We're actually dealing with that everywhere. Are there intrinsic controls of cardiac output? Absolutely, related to stroke volume, where more blood in, more blood out kind of thing. Right? Are there intrinsic controls for resistance? Absolutely. Nitric oxide, prostacyclin, that sort of stuff. The thromboxane A2, those chemicals are all part of the intrinsic. So I hope you guys have been following that through the entire semester, is that there are intrinsic and extrinsic controls for everything. Yes, no, maybe so? Speaking of which, I need to come back here real quick. With the respiratory system stuff, we should also be thinking about CO2, of course, in the brain. So the reflex, the respiratory reflex. But that's just going to refer back to the amount of CO2, because respiratory reflex is all about what's happening in the CSF and the amount of carbon dioxide that's present and carbonic anhydrase and all that crazy stuff. All right. GFR, intrinsic versus extrinsic controls. So now I'm looking at, for instance, if I want to shut GFR down, a great extrinsic control for that is the sympathetic nervous system. Another control for shutting GFR down is renin. Well, the good news is sympathetic nervous system activates renin. So remember, that's what I'm referring to when I'm referring to these flow charts is homeostasis. What are the controls for GFR? How do I increase GFR? How do I decrease GFR? How do I increase hydrochloric acid secretion? How do I decrease hydrochloric acid secretion? How do I increase the respiratory reflex? How do I decrease the respiratory reflex? Does that make sense? In terms of when you're going through your flow charts, it's all about increase, decrease, no change. Intrinsic, yeah, myogenic controls are going to be intrinsic. Absolutely. Anything that changes that filtration coefficient can be intrinsic, which is the myogenic controls, for instance. Because myogenic is going to more control like the afferent arteriole at a local level, but still, mesangial cells are going to be more like that filtration coefficient, but it all works out. So yeah, GFR, you can do another big one like this because, of course, GFR is all related to NFP and the filtration coefficient, so we can actually do a big flow chart for that. I'm doing the Wicked Witch of the East because I feel like the Wicked Witch of the East right now. Sorry about that. Dun, 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 dun. So, and then finally, let's see. You definitely need to be able to think about blood pH. So we need to be thinking about normal, 7.35 to 7.45. If it gets greater than 7.45, we have alkalosis. And if it gets less than 7.35, then we have acidosis. And you guys, we're going to do some case studies here soon on this. This is going to, we're going to make this a lot more practical, and you're going to be more aware that this is on Unit 4 exam and heavily tested on your comprehensive final as well. But we got to remember that this is between mean arterial blood pressure and this whole blood pH balance, those are really highly, highly regulated. All of these are, don't get me wrong, but these two seem to have a little bit more of an importance out in the real world. They're always changing. And damage to either one of these systems can end up impacting the rest of the body like nothing else seems to be able to do. And so the body is constantly compensating, right? Negative feedback loop, it's all about compensation. So when we're dealing with acidosis and alkalosis, you guys must be able to think about compensation. And there are flow charts to understand that compensation a little bit better. But the way to start to list out what compensatory mechanisms do I need to learn about? Well, the first compensatory mechanism, what's going to act immediately to try to stabilize blood pH? Actually, not the lung. The lungs takes a little bit of time to be able to do it. Okay, respiratory system in the lung, that's going to be the second compensatory mechanism. But what's acting now? What's in your bloodstream right now? And we could just abbreviate that as buffers. Does that make sense? Buffers. And the primary buffers of the body are going to be bicarb and carbonic acid. But the buffer compensation system, it better be working. If it's not working, we got some issues. The second one now is respiratory. It's almost always going to be impacted if we push the system into alkalosis and acidosis, but you know, just getting up out of your chair is going to make your body slightly more acidic, and that's all it takes. Yeah, that last one is going to be renal. So the last one's what's going on with that kidney. Good. So you guys should be able to do a flow chart. If there is acidosis, what buffers are doing what? If there's acidosis, what's the respiratory system going to try to do to compensate? If there's acidosis, what's the renal system going to try to do to compensate? Does that make sense in terms of the flow charts that you guys need to be able to write out? There's alkalosis, the opposite. Again, we're going to be reviewing that today, so I don't feel like I need to push you guys hard right now on it. I think this is just a what do I need to study list. And this is by no means an all-inclusive list, but if it's popping up on my brain, you probably should know it. Finally, we're down in the reproductive system. Right, for repro, yeah, no flowcharts of the anatomy for Unit 4. But in terms of a comprehensive final, if I want to take and integrate reproductive physiology with what's happening with the rest of the body, one of the best ways that I can do that is 1, blood flow and blood pressure, and 2, hormones. Exactly. So when I'm dealing with repro, right, I'm going to be dealing with communication. How does the rest of the body communicate with the reproductive system? Number one way is hormones. And so now we're referring back up here to the hypothalamic pituitary portal system. Yes, no, maybe so? You guys see how that would be a really easy way for me to test you on comprehensive nature of things? And then 2, for the comprehensive final, I also wanted to make sure that what we started the semester talking about the autonomic nervous system, that we finish the semester talking about the autonomic nervous system. So don't forget to review the autonomic nervous system's control of repro. Really basics though, just like the craziest of basics, which is just for the male, an erection is sympathetic, ejaculation is parasympathetic. So now if we need another erection, we got to go back to sympathetic. For females, it's just pure sympathetic. And therefore, how would disease states start to impact sexual arousal in men versus women? Wait, no, it's not reversed. Men's got to be parasympathetic for the erection. Yep, para. Did I say it the opposite? I don't think I did, but if I did, I apologize. Okay. I don't remember doing that. Okay, whatever. An erection is parasympathetic. The ejaculation is sympathetic. For a female, it's all sympathetic. And we got to be able to switch between those two. I apologize. I don't know. I feel Anyways, it's recorded, so somebody can tell me whether I said it right or wrong. But yeah, we're going on to that. Okay, so that's going to be the basics of where I'll test you for that comp final. And if there is a disease that's impacting, so somebody has pheochromocytoma. I've mentioned that a few times this semester. But does anybody remember what this pheochromocytoma even is? Anybody remember learning about chromatin cells? Chromatin cells, not kidneys, close. That's the adrenal medulla. Okay, pheochromocytomas aren't uncommon. They're actually a tumor of, this looks like a fun little animation. They're a adrenal gland tumor that causes those chromatin cells to discolor. Chromo, right? Chromophin, chromo has to do with color. Pheo means dark, cyte means cell, toma is tumor, so there's a dark color cell tumor. Really funny that we name this stuff like this, but it's of the adrenal medulla. And what does the adrenal medulla secrete? Epinephrine, norepinephrine. So now we got a patient with a pretty rare disorder, but it's going to cause sympathetic distress. So everything that the sympathetic nervous system does is going to be exacerbated in this patient. What's going to happen to cardiac output? As heart rate goes up, stroke volume goes up. What's going to happen to that patient's blood pressure as we vasoconstrict? You know, what does the sympathetic nervous system normally do to pupils? If you want to run through the woods away from Mr. Axeman, do we want to see better? Do we want to see worse? Boom, now we got a pupillary dilation going on, constant, chronic in this patient. What's going to start happening to blood flow to skeletal muscle and cardiac tissue? Sure, up, up, up. What's going to happen to insulin inhibition? We are inhibiting insulation. We're inhibiting insulin, so blood sugar levels start to go up. Whew. This is called a pheochromo. This is, oh, what causes a tumor? Just a rare genetic disorder. But they exist. And so, you know, you never know what you're going to see in terms of your patients. Some could be some variation of this. Maybe they're on cocaine. Well, it's the same thing. Cocaine's just impacting norepinephrine secretion from the entire sympathetic nervous system. All right, cool. All right. Don't want you guys to have to think too hard on that. 1043. So what else do I want you guys to be able to do? Well, let's go ahead and cover some of the material that is down here in homework and reviews. So in homework and reviews, some of you might have come across this, and I pointed out, really only one student I really pointed it out to, but there's something called an acid-base disorder case study PDF. Can you guys please go and open that up? If you have a printer, go ahead and print it off. I'll give you guys until 10:45. Please open this thing up. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to do that. Thanks, though, buddy. So again, go to homework and exams, and there's a PDF file called Case Studies PDF. This is where things get fun. I hope you guys, I mean, I end up getting comments every single semester, you know, what's your favorite part of the semester? The favorite part of most people's semester is applying their knowledge. You don't have to be perfectly right. That's not what I'm trying to make you guys do. I'm trying to make you guys see cases, true, real, human cases, people, and how the physiology that we've been learning applies. That's the first thing you see, Melissa? Shaking my head at you right now. SMH. You know when your kids say something and you're just like shaking your head at them? That's what I'm doing to you. 4 of these pages are actually pretty darn simple. Oh, well, you don't have to print it out. I was just suggesting it because it's nice to be able to have something that you could write on. That's a huge part of learning. That being said, you just, when you're all done with this, you have a whiteboard or whatever, study on that. I'm a paper recycler. So I'll print something out, use it, and then I flip it over and I print everything on the backside too. All right, does everybody have this thing open? Let me give you guys a heads up. This material can and will be on the exam for Unit 4 and Comp Final. So this is not something you guys want to just gloss over. This material is relevant and testable. Is that clear to everybody that's listening? I don't think you missed it. I hope you didn't miss it. This material, these case studies are both testable and relevant. So don't just blow them off. Listen to what we're doing. Help one another understand these case studies a little bit better. You guys will be applying major parts of your knowledge that you've learned through the semester here. Ultimately, that's my job as a professor, is to make sure that you guys can think about what you've learned and not just spit back a whole bunch of information at me. This first one's a lot of fun. It's a urinalysis case study. 60-year-old man with a history of heart disease is admitted to the hospital with congestive heart failure. So, before we go on, many of you don't know what congestive heart failure even is. What is congestive heart failure? Congestion. Anybody had nasal congestion? Yeah, it's basically fluid buildup. That's what congestion is. So congestive heart failure has to do with fluid buildup. But fluid buildup where? So let's just think about this real quick before we move on. I don't know why I'm drawing my heart like this, but I just did it. That was weird. Chambers of the heart. Right atrium, right ventricle. Left atrium, left ventricle. And we know that there's a basic flow of blood. Blood goes into that right atrium. Blood flows from the right atrium into that right ventricle, from the right ventricle, and I'm not drawing this anatomically correct, but from this from the right ventricle here, it's going to move out into the lungs. At which point there's going to be gas exchange, and we're going to get blood, oxygenated blood flowing back. And where does it flow back to? The left atrium. From the left atrium to the left ventricle. And from the left ventricle, it's going to go out systemic. Yes, no, maybe so? Does this make sense? Imposter, you got it. So, congestive heart failure is heart failure of the left ventricle. The left ventricle fails. This is not an uncommon heart failure. And it's normally caused because of what's called dilated myopathy or a dystolic disorder. And what's so important about diastole, y'all? What's so important about diastole? What's happening in the heart during relaxation? Yes, Parker, so fast. That was awesome. Our minor things never gonna fade. So the heart would normally refill during this time, but if I'm not refilling properly, then I'm not ejecting properly. So what's happening in this patient is that the ejection fraction starts to go down. Less blood is being ejected from the heart. That doesn't mean there's less blood in the system. It means that less blood is ejected from the heart. And so if less blood can get out, more blood stays in. Yes, no, maybe so? And if this is chronic, then that blood is going to fill up that left ventricle. The pressure here is going to be too great, so now it's going to back up here. All sorts of things can cause this. Typically not a plaque, normally just from heart failure. Whatever caused that heart failure, whether it was a drug overdose or, you know, just some sort of genetic defect, a heart attack, something along those lines. Doesn't have to be a plaque. Atherosclerosis is one cause of heart failure, but it's not, definitely not the only cause. Although it is one of the highest causes for heart failure. Now, it's going to back up from here too. Okay, the blood, the left atrium's super small. So now it backs up. Oh, now it's backing up. Oh shit, now it's backing up. Where's all this fluid backing up in? Backs up into the lungs. So what's going to happen to the hydrostatic pressure inside of these lungs as we have this congestive heart failure? Now what happens to the hydrostatic pressure? Hydrostatic pressure. Hydrostatic pressure. We got all this fluid in here now, y'all. It's in the capillaries. We got fluid in the capillaries. Help me help you. I got 2 people answering right now. 3. What's happening to the hydrostatic pressure in this system? It's increasing. There's all of this hydrostatic pressure in here. Inside that capillary system, inside those blood vessels. And that's going to cause more and more fluid to get filtered back in the lungs. And we got a problem with that because fluid's not supposed to get filtered at high rates in the lungs, because now it's starting to affect the alveoli and respiration and all that sort of stuff. This is called pulmonary edema. Okay, so now we got congestive heart failure. And what just happened to this patient with congestive heart failure? They have pulmonary edema. Okay, everybody on board with that? Let's say okay again. Okay, 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 okay. Well, why is he dying? Because he's got congestive heart failure causing pulmonary edema, and he's having a hell of a hard time breathing. He's not getting enough blood out to the rest of his body. The oxygen levels out to his tissues are dropping. CO2 levels in his body are increasing. This guy's got acidosis for sure. How are we going to try to treat this? We got to get rid of this pulmonary edema. There's also going to be peripheral edema that we didn't even discuss, but the same idea is that blood is backing up. It's not getting back into the heart because it's getting backed up through this entire system. But regardless, we got fluid. How does the body get rid of excess fluid? What organ system gets rid of excess fluid? What organ system is in charge of that? Your kidneys. Good. Your renal system. Does that make sense? The urinary system's got to get taken into play here. So what we do, we're not going to really mess with the heart failure right now. This dude's got congestive heart failure. There's not much we can do about that. And now he's got acidosis that he's not able to compensate for. The acidosis is coming from the pulmonary edema, though. So let's get rid of that edema. Let's get rid of that fluid. And there's a relatively easy way to do that. We give them a diuretic. So this patient's given furosemide, which is a loop diuretic, which means that it impacts what part of the nephron? The loop of Henle. Lovely. That's awesome. So this is impacting the loop of Henle. And check out furosemide. It is an inhibitor of the sodium potassium 2-chloride, technically symporter, the co-transporter. Where do we know that's found? Descending limb, ascending limb, thin, thick. What do we know? Good. This is the thick ascending limb of the loop of Henle. So good. How do you guys feel so far? Like, this is a story of a real person, and you're actually hopefully being able to apply like real knowledge. Sure, I'm kind of leading you through it, but that's the point, right? The more you do something, the more you're out in the field, the more it's going to make sense too. We got a problem. He gets discharged with this furosemide, and 3 weeks later, he returns. He doesn't have pulmonary edema right now. He doesn't have peripheral edema, but he's returned, and he's weak, he's dizzy, he's nauseous. 3 weeks later, not 3 days, not the next day, 3 weeks. That's important. The blood tests indicate that he has hypokalemia. Hypokalemia. What does that tell you? What does hypo mean? Low. Kalem, kalemic means potassium. Emia means of the blood. Of the blood. Emia is of the blood. So we got to be thinking of low potassium in that bloodstream. Yes, no, maybe so? That's not good. No bueno. Starting to mess with resting membrane potentials through the entire body. Rut-row. Starting to move the resting membrane potentials further from threshold. Oh, Heather, we'll get there. Yes, I did. Good memory. So, what can we do to understand what's going on here? I recommend drawing at least portion of that nephron loop. So if we go in here, we could draw this out real quick. We go down, right? We got our PCT, we got our descending limb, we got our ascending limb. It gets thick again over here. We got our DCT, and that goes out to that collecting duct. I hope you guys can see how this is relevant to Unit 4 exam even. And what we're dealing with is this portion of the system, because this is where we find those sodium, potassium, 2-chloride symporters. So normally these would reabsorb sodium, potassium, and chloride back into the bloodstream. Yes, no, maybe so? So what's going to be happening to the amount of sodium, potassium, and chloride in this tube normally? If I'm reabsorbing it into the blood, what's going to happen to the amount of those ions in the thick ascending? Increase, decrease, no change. So normally we get rid of those, because where does water want to be? Where the party's at. So if I have less ions over here, if I have less ions over here, if I have less ions over here, then I'm going to have less water in this filtrate, because the party's not necessarily in this filtrate. Does that part make sense? So now with furosemide, what did we just do to salt reabsorption? If I inhibit this using furosemide, what's going to happen to the amount of salts inside this tube? Increase, decrease, no change. Therefore, the party is in the filtrate now. So what's going to happen to the filtrate retention of water? Increase, decrease, no change. And therefore, what's going to happen to excretion or urine volume? Increase, decrease, no change. Awesome. Now that urine is going to have a little bit more sodium in it. Sure. It's going to have a little bit more potassium in it. Sure. And it's going to have a little bit more chloride in it as well. Yes, all of those things are going to increase their concentrations in that urine. And of course, there's more water in that urine. That's what a loop diuretic is going to do. But ultimately, we need to think about this urine volume, because we're peeing out more potassium. Very true. So are we already becoming hypokalemic? Yes, no, maybe so. But I don't know if anybody remembers this from your Unit 4 studying so far. How much potassium is actually reabsorbed? Percent-wise, of all the potassium that's reabsorbed, how much of it's getting reabsorbed in this loop? Heather, this is something I think we discussed briefly, although we focus more on sodium. Yeah, it's a relatively low number. It's about 10 to 20%. It's a big range. 25% is sodium. Good memory on sodium. But for potassium, it's about 10 to 20%. which if we lose that 10 to 20%, that can cause hypokalemia, but it's not typically going to be enough to cause hypokalemia based on what people are eating and the amount of potassium going into their blood. So there's something else going on here. What could it be? What do we got to think about? If urine volume increases, what's the next thing we should be thinking about in our physiological, get it? Logic's part of the word. Yeah, dehydration, blood volume, right? Which is what dehydration is. Urine volume goes up, what happens to that patient's blood volume? Increase, decrease, no change. And if blood volume goes down, what hormone should we immediately be thinking about? And if we're dealing with renin, then we're dealing with Ang2 through a process, right? So we're just going to skip some of those steps and we're going to go right to Ang2. And what do we know about Ang2? All sorts of stuff. Thirst, hypertension, right? Vasoconstriction. What else do we know about it? ADH. What else do we know about it? Oh, over here, right? So we start to write these things out. That says aldosterone. I just kind of scribbled the end. You'll deal with it. You can see the ALD, no problem. Aldosterone. Aldosterone. ADH, water retention, vasoconstriction is all about getting that blood pressure back up for the short term. Thirst, let's try to retain some of that blood volume that's being lost. Aldosterone. What do we know about aldosterone? Its primary function is sodium reabsorption. Okay, great. We're dealing with sodium. That's awesome. We don't need to worry about anything else. What have I taught you this semester about sodium reabsorption? Potassium secretion. Water will follow, but we'll deal with that later. Sodium is reabsorbed. I love how Andy wrote that out. This pays a cost, right? There's a price to sodium reabsorption, and that price is potassium. As sodium gets reabsorbed in that collecting duct, as sodium's getting reabsorbed up here, we got to remember that it's the sodium potassium ATP pump that does that job. Yes, no, maybe so? And they're moving sodium and potassium in opposite directions up here in that collecting duct. Sodium is getting reabsorbed and potassium is getting secreted. One more part of the story to think about, aldosterone. Aldosterone. What do we know about hormones that end in ONE? Not just that it's a hormone, but what do we know about it? What is its backbone? Yeah, it's nonpolar because it's made out of what? I'm nodding right now. Can other people please look at that? And yeah, I've got maybe a little bit of lag. Does everybody remember that aldosterone, just like cortisone, just like testosterone, these are all steroids, and steroids are made from cholesterol, and cholesterol is a non-polar fat. Yes, no, maybe so? That's why I try to teach it the way that I teach, y'all, so as I can get you to these points. And it's all about little pieces of the puzzle. Now, what do we know about ONS? What do we know about steroids? Since they're nonpolar, where are their receptors? Cytosolic or on the cell membrane? Inside the cell or on the cell membrane? Yes, inside, cyto, right? So what do we know about that? If I have a cytosolic receptor, what part of that cell do I know I am acting on? Nodding, nodding. Now we're dealing with DANA. And DANA is all about proteins. Is this fast or is this slow? Making new proteins, is it fast or is this slow? When does this patient come back to the hospital? A day later? An hour later? 3 weeks later? This patient is severely hypokalemic. 1, because he's peeing out potassium, and 2, because what's happening to the aldosterone levels in his body, they are highly elevated. The hospital knew this. The nurses knew this before releasing him. But in this particular case, the guy was not given potassium supplements. The hospital was sued for millions of dollars. All right? Because you cannot release a patient on diuretics without also giving them a prescription for a potassium supplement. End of story. Does that make more sense now than maybe the first time that I taught it? Now that you have the whole story? That's the point of doing case studies here at the end of the semester. It's about applying all of that knowledge. It's a pretty big deal. So that's what this case study does, is it walks you through, if we're blocking that transporter, what's happening to the amount of sodium, potassium, and water in that filtrate? Well, that's increasing. So what's going to happen to the levels of sodium, potassium, and water in the urine? Water wants to be where that party's at, so that urine volume just went up. So over that 3-week period of time, what's happened to that patient's urine volume? Increase or decrease? Increase, increase, increase. Will this change in urine volume? What's it going to do to blood pressure? Increase, decrease, no change. If there's an increase in urine volume, what happens to that blood pressure? And therefore, what hormone must we think about? Got to think about RAS, right? Got to think about renin, aldosterone longstream, but we can't think about aldosterone immediately because aldosterone is not secreted because of a drop in blood pressure. It's renin that's secreted because of that drop in blood pressure, and then aldosterone will be affected afterwards. So that is going to lead to hypokalemia due to the chronic aldosterone. Cool. Tori, oh, poor Tori. Let's skip Tori real quick, and actually let's skip, what did I name this kid? David. Well, let's skip those two, and I'm going to come down here to the last 4 pages because these are really cool acid-base problems that you will be tested on for Unit 4 and you will be tested on for comp. Just saying that straight up. I'm going to give you a case exactly like this. Well, not exactly. I'll change the numbers. Sean has a blood pH of blank. His partial pressure of carbon dioxide is blank. His blood bicarb is blank. And then you're going to have to tell me what acid-base imbalance that person has, what is a potential cause for that acid-base imbalance, and how is the body going to compensate for it. Did I get, man, what's wrong with me? It's all right, mini stroke, I'm back. Okay, did I give you guys what you need in order to answer these? I hope the answer is yes, because this is that table that we learned. What is the normal blood pH range? You guys can go back in your notes. I'll give you a couple seconds if you need to do this. 7.35 to 7.45. Awesome. What is the normal partial pressure of carbon dioxide? Why did I do it like that? I don't know. Capital P, lowercase. Wow, come on. P, CO2. What's the normal partial pressure of carbon dioxide? 40 is the normal average, but what's the normal range? Can I get a few more people to try to answer that, pretty please? Just trying to get you guys to, oh, blurry. Awesome, thanks y'all. always a range in the human body because we want to balance around homeostasis. All right, and then last but not least is bicarb. Bicarb. And what's the normal range here? 22, 26 milliequivalents per liter. Don't focus too much on the units. Milliequivalents is just mass. Okay. Okay, so the world is round. If anybody's ever watched that YouTube video, The End of the World, it's pretty funny. What do we know? If it's, these ones are pretty, actually, let's just do the case. How about that? Let's go down here to Sean. Sure, we'll do Sean and we'll do one other and I'll let you guys do the other ones, okay? So Sean, he's got a blood pH of 7.6. So I'm gonna write down Sean's name as part of my title, part of my column title. So I'll show you, I'm gonna have Sean and I'm gonna put Sean's pH, Sean's CO2, and Sean's bicarb levels right here. So his partial pressure in carbon dioxide, excuse me, Sean's pH, let's start there, is 7.6. His partial pressure carbon dioxide, 20 millimeters of mercury. And his blood bicarb levels are 19 milliequivalents per liter. Okay, 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 okay. What do we know about Sean? What does Sean have? No if and or buts. What disorder does Sean have? Don't try to explain your life away here. 7.6, it's greater than 7.5, 7.45. We know Sean has alkalosis. End of story. End of story. What else do we know about Sean? Partial pressure carbon dioxide levels are 20. What is carbon dioxide related to? If there's too many carbon dioxides, we're making more carbonic acid. If there's too few carbon dioxides, then there's too few acids, carbonic acids. So at 20, this is lower than 35. Is this going to be acidosis or alkalosis? Low CO2. Remember, what's the number one source of acid in the human body? It's CO2. So if CO2 levels are low, we don't have enough acid. So we have alkalosis. Make sense? Make sure to talk to me if it doesn't. This is your chance. This is going to be multiple percentages of your Unit 4 and Comp Finals. Bicarb levels. Bicarb levels here are low. 19 milliequivalents is less than 22. So what does that tell us? If there's not enough bicarb, bicarb is a base buffer, a weak base buffer. If bicarb levels are low, what would that imply? Alkalosis or acidosis? That's going to imply acidosis, right? But it doesn't match what we know. What does match? Carbon dioxide. And therefore, is this a respiratory disorder or a metabolic disorder? This is a respiratory disorder. So what do we know Sean has? Respiratory alkalosis. See? Why is there always, or almost always, in almost all cases worldwide, why is there always going to be an opposite effect on the other variable? The answer is compensation. So good. Compensation. One's always going to match. The other one's always going to be the opposite. The one that matches is the disorder. The one that's opposite is the compensation. Yes? What sort of disorder might cause this? What might this patient be doing to be in respiratory alkalosis? If it's respiratory, by the way, are we hyperventilating or are we hypoventilating? We got different answers. Y'all, CO2 levels are low. Hold your breath. What's happening to the CO2 levels in your blood? Increase, decrease, no change. Help me just help you guys here. Hold your breath. What would be happening to the amount of CO2 in your blood? Increase, decrease, no change, as we are not blowing that CO2 out. So what would be happening to the partial pressure of carbon dioxide in a patient holding their breath? Just for shits and giggles, it would increase. But in this patient, it's the opposite. Why? Because they're blowing CO2 out faster than they're producing it. So is that going to be hypoventilation or hyperventilation? Let's try that again. Is that helpful? I always like to think of holding my breath. It's what kind of refocuses me on respiratory system. It's the most dramatic way that we can make an impact. So this patient is hyperventilating for whatever reason. Maybe he has altitude sickness, maybe anxiety attack, don't know, okay? This patient is gonna have something that causes hyperventilation. You guys feel okay, somewhat comfortable with that? Anxiety, though, is not gonna have a long-term compensatory mechanism typically, right? Because long-term, that's where that kidney comes into play. So this is more likely going to be something that causes some sort of restrictive lung disease or something along those lines. Anything that causes that patient to try to hyperventilate to fix the problem. Can the respiratory system compensate for this? If it's a respiratory disorder, can that respiratory system compensate for it? I hope you guys really understand that the answer is no. Like, understand it. It should be innate. It should just make sense. Something that's broken can't fix the problem. So what organ system is going to try to compensate the greatest level here? The renal system. Now, buffers tried to fix the problem, but buffers alone weren't doing it. Right? We just didn't, we got to get rid of bicarbs. We're trying to throw more acids into the system, but it's just not fixing it. So we got to get that renal system involved. Clearly, it's not working because this patient has alkalosis. It's not going into homeostasis, no matter how much compensation is occurring here. It's actually making him sicker and sicker and sicker as the body tries to compensate. So that's what's going on here. What are the possible causes, right? Is this hypoventilation or is this hyperventilation? Well, we know it's respiratory, so we can just exclude C and D. Well, now we got some sort of hyperventilation. Fever, unfortunately, the only cure there is more cowbell. Anxiety, long-term anxiety, aspirin poisoning, high altitude sickness, all of these can end up causing hyperventilation. All right, now what do we know the body's going to try to do? Compensate. The wording here is tricky. I will change the wording for your exams and your, comprehensive final and stuff. This says give up or take up, chemical buffers. So to remind you on how this works, let's remember what the two major chemical buffers even are. We got two major chemical buffers. H2, CO3. What is that going to be doing to a hydrogen? Giving it up. It's going to release it. It's going to donate it. Does that make sense? It's giving it up. It gives it away. Give it away, give it away, give it away. Now, we've got some red hot chili peppers up in this house now, right? That hydrogen's going to be given up. Now, over here. It dissociates into bicarb. Now this bicarb's chilling here with a negative charge, so if there's enough hydrogens in the system, those hydrogens can actually rebind to the bicarb, and it's going to bring this back up this way. It's going to make that carbonic acid again. So this is a bicarb buffer. Now what does that do? Is that going to be giving up a hydrogen, or is it going to be taking that hydrogen? Proton acceptor, right? So that's where the wording here is a little tricky. Give up, take up. We're talking about the buffer. Is it going to give up a hydrogen, or is it going to take up a hydrogen? Is it going to donate a hydrogen, or is it going to accept a hydrogen? Give it up. But does that make sense? So in terms of this patient who has respiratory alkalosis, what do we want to be doing? If the blood pH is 7.6, do we want to be releasing hydrogens or taking them up so we die faster? Does that make sense? My sarcasm excluded? So we're going to be releasing hydrogen. So which chemical buffer is going to be most active in this patient? Based on this little trifecta here, which chemical buffer is going to be the most active in this patient? Carbonic acid, which is exactly what we see here because bicarb levels are even low. That's part of the compensation. But we want to try to get rid of bicarbs. We don't want to be buffering using bicarbs. We don't want to be taking up more hydrogens. So yeah, we give up those hydrogens. Now, respiratory system. What is this respiratory system going to be trying to do? Is it going to try to compensate for this problem? I know it's not applicable, but is it going to be trying to compensate? Help me help you. You guys are all wrong so far. Of course it's going to try. Of course it's going to try. The body's always trying to compensate. You guys were overthinking that question, which is fine. We all do that. Of course it's going to try. But can it compensate for the problem? If the problem is a respiratory issue, can it fix the problem? Hell nah. So A, B, or C, pulmonary ventilation will be changing in this patient. They have alkalosis, so they want to hypoventilate. But the problem is that they are hyperventilating. So we can't hypoventilate when we're hyperventilating. Do you see what I mean? The respiratory system can't fix this problem. It's going to want to. The brain is going to tell it to, but it just can't do it. Yes, no, maybe so? You guys rock. You guys rock. How about that renal system, though? Conserve hydrogens or bicarb? What are we going to try to do? Are we going to want to retain more bicarb, or do we want to retain more hydrogen into the blood? Let's keep more hydrogens, and what are we going to want to get rid of then? Let's get rid of those bicarbs. Now, what type of intercalated cells are always reabsorbing hydrogens and secreting bicarbs? Reabsorb the base. Base. It's all about that base. So now we're talking about B's. You would expect Sean's urine, therefore, to be what? If we are reabsorbing hydrogens and we are secreting bicarbs, are we going to be more acidic or more alkaline? The respiratory disorder will always match the urine. If the patient has alkalosis, their urine will be alkaline. Yes, no, maybe so? It's a nice, easy way to think about it. Loverly. I'm not sure we need to do another one, but we're gonna. You're welcome. Do you guys want to do Grace? You guys can call her Grace if you want. I'm calling her Grace. Do what I want to do. Jorge or Sharon? Who do we want to do? You guys want Sharon? Love it. Okay, so Sharon, we're going to write down in our chart. Oh, I don't know. I'll use a cool green color. So now we'll be dealing with Sharon. Sharon's got some stuff going on. Sharon's got a blood pH of 7.6. 2.4. Oop. Carbon dioxide levels are 60 millimeters of mercury. Oh, dear Lord. And bicarb levels are 39.5 milliequivalents per liter. Cheyron be messed up. All right. Fixable, but messed up. So that's all we need. That's literally all you need. Really, you only need 2 of these, because if it matches, then they have that particular disorder, and if it doesn't match, then the opposite's going to hold true. Yeah, one step at a time, Tariq. You got it, buddy. Not everybody is to that level yet. Hopefully, most people are, but I still, even though I'm to that level, I never just jump to it, because I'm always worried about making a mistake. So I always do things in a linear fashion. So what do we know Cheyron has? Acidosis or alkalosis? I'm pumped up. What way to the gym? 60 millimeters of mercury. Holy crap balls. What's going on with carbon dioxide levels? Are they too high, too low? Lots of carbon dioxide, therefore lots of carbonic acid. So what do we know is going on here? Acidosis. Last but not least, are bicarb levels too high or too low? And if the bicarb is too much, that is, thinking of a base buffer, going to say alkalosis. Boom. So what does Cheyron have? If it matches, C? Oh no. So thinking of the same sort of stuff, what do we know is going on with Cheyron, to one degree or the other? If Sean was hyperventilating, what's going on here? Hyperventilation with alkalosis. We got some sort of hypo. We don't know what's causing it, but there's hypoventilation. What buffers are going to be coming into play? If I have acidosis, what is the primary buffer now that's going to be trying to fight those acids? Not carbonic acid, Tariq. We don't want to be releasing more acids, right? What we want to be doing now is taking those acids up or accepting those hydrogens. Does that make sense? Anybody, everybody? She's hyperventilating for whatever reason. Maybe her lungs just don't work good. Maybe she does have some sort of fibrotic constructive disease. Can her respiratory system compensate? So what's going to try to do pretty much all of the compensation? That kidney. And how is it going to do that? Are we going to want to retain or secrete hydrogens? Don't skip steps, Tariq. We're going to want to retain or secrete hydrogens. And what about those bicarbs? Do we want to retain or secrete bicarbs? We want to keep the bicarbs to help fight those excess hydrogens. It's helping with that buffer system. And that's exactly what we got going on here, right? Lung disease is inhibition of the respiratory center by drugs or disease. This is going to be caused by, alcohol poisoning or, any sort of cardiotoxin, respiratory toxin. Yeah, it's just reality of it. Nerve or muscle disorders that end up affecting especially the diaphragm. If we get some sort of phrenic nerve damage, all of those things can cause an uncontrolled hypoventilation. No bueno. No bueno at all. Chemical buffers are going to be, we have acidosis, so we don't want those hydrogens. We're not going to give them up. Because if we give up hydrogens, that means we're releasing them into solution. And if we give up hydrogens, we're going to make that solution even more acidic. Does that make sense? So therefore, we take them up. We want to catch those hydrogens, get them out of solution. Pulmonary system can't compensate. We got a hypo ventilatory problem for can't compensate for it. And then kidneys, are we going to try to retain more hydrogens? Hell nah. We're going to try to retain more bicarbs, and we're going to be trying to secrete those hydrogens. So what type of intercalated cell is this? Type A or type B? If we're secreting acids. Therefore, what do we know about Sharon's urine? It is acidic. You guys feel more comfortable, better? It's always good to get your hands dirty, to do the cases, think through the problems. You got 2 more of these you guys can work through on your own. You might be able to guess that there are 4 major acid-base disorders, and there are 4 case studies. So far, we've seen respiratory alkalosis and respiratory acidosis, so it's possible, just possible, that the other 2 case studies, Grace and Jorge, are going to be dealing with metabolic acidosis and alkalosis. Does that make sense? All right, so what I want to do is a zoom, 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 and a boom, boom. What I want to do is I want to go back and let's look at these cases now, because we need to be able to think about everything combined. Maybe it's testing. It is. Yeah, it's testing everything. It's testing AMP1, y'all. This is everything. AMP1 is that foundational knowledge that you're needed in order to understand all of this. But yeah, can you imagine, of course, going through these case studies on day 1 of AMP2? You would have quit. I hope you guys are confident in that you have learned. Maybe not as much as you'd always want to learn, because we're always, humans by nature are perfectionists, and we really get down on ourselves. We don't know everything. You're not gonna. This takes a long time to master. But you guys feel like, dang, I might be able to go out in the real world and actually help somebody? Because a lot of this is going to be on a list for you anyways, but having a basic understanding of it is really cool. I don't know, maybe that's just me. Tori's wedding to the man of her dreams. It was perfect. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Honeymoon, not so much. She got traveler's diarrhea. I don't know if you guys know what traveler's diarrhea is, but it's a combination of stress, breaking down your immune system, then you land, you try a new food, it's got different, germs in it, and your body doesn't know how to fight it, and then you end up having a pretty horrible first beginning of your vacation. She tried to control the diarrhea with over-the-counter medications. That didn't go so well. She continued to have 8 this blows my mind. 8 to 10 watery stools daily. Yo, on the daily, 8 to 10. Check this out. She became progressively weaker. On the 3rd day, if you have uncontrolled diarrhea for 3 days, I don't care where you at. You get your ass literally to the hospital. Got it? Anywho, Tori's ass is not at the hospital yet, but on the 3rd day, she had to be taken to an emergency department. Did the marriage last? Ashley, I'll come back to that. Like, what is this dude doing? He's probably just going to the beach and drinking, cervezas or something like that. I don't know. I don't know what this dude's doing. So, yeah. So she's getting weaker and weaker, which should make sense, right? Because when she's over there shatting her brains out, what is she losing? Water, bicarb. What else is she losing, y'all? What else should be getting reabsorbed in the large intestines? Help me help you. Ions. Which ions? Sodium. What about potassium? Bicarb is an ion, by the way. Chloride. You guys get the point, right? You guys are so much better at this. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. All right, let's look at some of her stats. Physical examination. Her eyes were sunken. Why would your eyes look sunken? Well, a big part of what causes your eyes to retain their normal shape and to be like, pressed outward is water. It's actually hydration of the tissues around the eyes. So if we're dehydrated, the eyes actually sink. Mucous membranes were dry because the body's trying to conserve water. And so it sends less water to the mucous membranes, dry mouth and stuff like that. Nasal cavities dry. Jugs are flat. If there's not enough blood pressure, then your blood vessels become flaccid and flat. Does that make sense? And if she's pale and her skin was cool and clammy, well, we're warm-blooded creatures. We require blood to warm our bodies up. So we're cool and clammy because there's just not enough blood getting out to that body. And her skin is pale because something that causes coloration in Caucasian, especially skin, is hemoglobin. So the lack of the hemoglobin in the skin causes the skin to become pale. Yes, no, maybe so? Lab results, boom. Look, supine. What does it even mean to be supine? Put your patient in the supine position. Lay them down, sure, but on their back. That's the important part of this. Look at her BP, 90/60. You might be like, okay, that's all right. She's laying down. Your BP should be much higher if you're laying down, even if you are a relatively low BP person to begin with. So now the doctor sits her upright. Look at that BP, 60/40. So if you start thinking about her mean arterial blood pressure, you don't even need to do the math. That mean arterial blood pressure is 40 plus 1/3 of 60. So that is a low, or sorry, not 60, 1/3 of the pulse pressure, which is 20. So we're talking like 50, 51 is her mean arterial blood pressure right now, where the normal should be about 90 to 93. Gulp. So what do we know about mean arterial blood pressure? Let's go ahead and just kind of write it down on the same chart here. Mean arterial blood pressure is proportional to cardiac output times TPR times blood volume. This patient's blood volume is tanked. Therefore, their blood pressure is tanked. What two factors can the body try to do to compensate for this immediately? So what's going to be happening to her cardiac output as a compensatory mechanism for low blood volume, low blood pressure? Boom, she's got tachycardia, y'all. Look at her heart rate. Anything over 100 at rest is tachycardia. She's laying down. And her heart rate's at 120 beats per minute. That's no bueno. We'll come back to the respiratory rate. But respiratory rate is going to be one of the things that you measure for show. 24 breaths per minute. Normal is 12 to 14. So this is like doubled, 12 to 16, I guess, really. But this is still almost doubled normal respiratory rate. She is doing what? Hyperventilating or hypoventilating right now? So we know she's hyperventilating. Her pulmonary ventilation is through the roof. Everybody feel comfortable with everything we've covered so far and how it relates to the physiology we've been learning this semester? Blood work's done. We kind of already knew this was going to be coming to this, but If she's losing bicarbs, okay, let's not go that route. They just do blood work. And if this is all you had to go by is the blood work, her blood pH is 7.35. What disorder does she have? Acidosis or alkalosis? So her pH is 7.25. So we know she has acidosis. So all they did was look at one other variable. They looked at her arterial blood partial pressure of carbon dioxide. So her PCO2 levels are 24 millimeters of mercury. And what's normal range? 35 to 45. So is her CO2 levels too high or too low? Uh-oh. Would that indicate acidosis or alkalosis? That would actually indicate alkalosis. So we already know that this is opposite of what she has. So do we really need those bicarb levels? Not really. Because we already know that these PCO2 levels are tanked because it's compensation for a metabolic disorder. Does that make sense? If it doesn't, let me know. Now's your chance. Normal sodium levels, 150 millimolar. She's at 132. Normal potassium levels are 5. Because it's opposite, Melissa? We know because it's opposite. What do we know about up here? If it matches, then it is that acid-base disorder. If it matches. So if it's opposite, then we know that it's the other disorder that fits that mold. Yes, no, maybe so? Thank you for asking that question. If you have it, then somebody else probably does. So that's why we know, because she had 7.25, which is acidosis, but her blood partial pressure of carbon dioxide was 24, which should indicate alkalosis. Well, that doesn't match, so it's got to be the other. Make sense? Cool, no problem, no problem. Thank you for asking the question. But hyponatremia, hypokalemia, 2.3. 2.3, far less than the 5 normal value that you should have. 5's low, by the way, low normal, and she's at 2.3. Severe hypokalemia. All right, cool. Now she's at the hospital. What are they going to do? A very strong antidiarrheal, awesome, and an IV infusion of sodium chloride and potassium bicarb. Why? Why sodium chloride? What are we trying to give that patient with a sodium chloride drip? Which of these values is low that's going to fix? It's giving that sodium back into the body. You know, don't just give her a salt lick to lick on. That's not going to do it, right? And then a potassium bicarb, sweet. Now I got these two molecules bound together by an ionic bond. If I drop that into water, it's going to split into a potassium and a bicarb. It's exactly what we want. Since she has metabolic acidosis, we give her more bicarb. And since she has hypokalemia, we give her potassium. Does that make sense? Whereas if all she had was low sodium and low bicarb, we could have given her like a sodium bicarb. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Most of the time, you're going to be giving them a potassium bicarb drip together. All right. Within 24 hours, she felt well enough to be released from the hospital. Enjoy the rest. Really? Enjoy the rest of her honeymoon. As she's yelling at her man. What acid-base disorder did Tori have? We worked that out. How did that diarrhea cause this acid-base disorder? We worked that out, right? We're losing bicarb, water, sodium, potassium. That's no bueno. Therefore, why do you think that there was an increase in the depth and frequency of Tori's breathing? So I want to come back with her. Yeah, here on B&B Couch. Oh no, man, that man was out definitely drinking margaritas. I have determined that in my head that he was just out at the beach. But he's got a good tan. So what's going on here? Why does Tori have hyperventilation? Why 24 breaths per minute? Why does this PV go through the roof? This is when students tend to underthink. Respiratory compensation, but that's an underthinking. You're not wrong, Ashley, by any means. But this is all part of the respiratory reflex that I taught you guys about. Perfect. And that's exactly what you meant by respiratory compensation, Ashley. You were just trying to get it out as fast as possible, and I appreciate that. I was trying to lead you guys to how does this all happen? Remember, this has to do with acid, metabolic acidosis. Now, I need you guys not to be thinking about CO2 because actually CO2 levels are low. True story? They're not high. There are other sources of acid in the human body besides CO2. And right now, we've gotten rid of too many bicarbs. So all of these extra hydrogens from lactic acid, amino acids, and fatty acids, and pyruvic acid, these guys are out in the bloodstream wrecking havoc. Does that make sense? This is not a CO2-related acid disorder. That's what's a little bizarre about it. So we have other chemoreceptors that are found in that aortic arch and found up in that carotid sinus that can communicate these increases in hydrogens to the respiratory groups in the brain. And now the respiratory groups in those brains, or that brain, I guess we don't have too many brains, are going to be freaking out, increasing pulmonary ventilation. You guys see it? I just want to make sure to point it out that this is not a CO2-related carbon dioxide shift. I mean, it is because it's dropping CO2, but it's not a CO2-related acidosis. It's a metabolic acidosis, so it's the other acids. You guys rock. Now, I definitely want to get back over to here. Why is Tori's blood pressure lower than normal? Because she's pooping out water. And fecal volume is the exact same idea as urinary volume, right? Urinary volume goes up, blood volume goes down. If fecal volume goes up, blood volume goes down. Yes, no, maybe so? What do you think might be happening to Tori's RAS? I didn't say ass. Well, we already talked about pulse, Melissa. We did that here. We did that here where we said if we have an immediate response, we can't change that TPR because her blood pressure is tanked. So this isn't getting to fix the problem. She probably has vasoconstriction, but she has so little blood volume that her blood pressure is still tanked. But we already talked about that pulse rate because cardiac output's trying to compensate. So that's why I skipped it. Sorry about that. But what do we know about a decrease in blood volume and a decrease in blood pressure? What hormone do we know is being secreted? How many thousands of times can we do this? No, not AMP, most definitely not, because blood pressure's dropped. If blood volume was up and blood pressure was up, that's where AMP comes into play, but this is not the case in this system. And therefore, what do we know? Renin, all about Ang2. Ang2, this patient's going to be thirsty, vasoconstriction, trying to fix that resistance problem, but not able to. ADH, trying to retain water, but not able to. Shit, aldosterone. Sodium reabsorption, we're pooping sodium out, we're trying to reabsorb it, not having the best of time with it, we're pooping potassium out, and we're secreting potassium out. We're not reabsorbing any potassium here, we're secreting that potassium. So much potassium out. You guys starting to see how, that we can have, you guys starting to see how many potassium issues there are with disease states? This is just a small subset, and almost every single one has impacted potassium. Whereas hyperventilation Hyperkalemia would come from the opposite effect. If there's too high a blood volume and too much blood pressure over time, now we're going to start getting hyperkalemia. And these need to be finely regulated. So why is her blood potassium concentration so low? Why is it 2.3? Why is it more than half reduced? I mean, this is twofold less than normal. And the answer is, Becca got it. Perfect. Aldosterone. What do we know is going on with Tori? Is she's going to be having aldosterone going nuts right now. Make sense? What was the rationale for treating Tori with an infusion of sodium chloride, potassium bicarb? We already got that. Fixing the problems, right? We are doing the compensation for her. That's what meta feedback loop, kicking it into drive, I guess. Oops, glitch. You guys hear me okay still? All right, let's go to David. David's 12. Sleepover party. He wet his sleeping bag. Kind of embarrassing at first, right? But we still want to tell people. But it's hard to get through to a 12-year-old. Luckily, this kid was starting to notice some other problems. He was always thirsty. He had polydipsia. He was urinating every hour, every half hour. Polyuria. He was eating a ton. He actually ate more than you would normally have for a 12-year-old boy, but he kept losing weight. This happens far too commonly. So David got taken to his ped, and his ped got these results. 5'3", his weight's 100 pounds. He's lost 7 pounds. Should a 12-year-old ever be losing weight, especially 7 pounds? Hell no. Okay, 12-year-olds are growing at an almost exponential rate. They should never be losing weight. And if they're losing weight, you as a parent, you as a medical practitioner need to be aware of it and figure out what's going on. Can it nadir? Sure. Level out? Yeah, that's what I mean by nadir. Can it level out? Absolutely, but it should never drop at that age. BP, 90/55. This is a kid. This is a boy. Should that BP be that low? No. Okay, this BP should be much higher, especially boy and especially a kid that's, should have relatively high blood pressure. So this is low. 90/55 is definitely low. Now we're starting to get into the root of the problem. Fasting plasma glucose. What's normal? Anybody remember what I taught you earlier this semester? What's normal fasting plasma glucose? Nobody? It's okay. Less than 100. You guys hear me okay? Okay, yeah, so you guys just didn't remember, that's fine. So normal fasting plasma glucose is less than 100 milligrams per deciliter. Less than 100. But David's at 320. Y'all, if you eat a meal of just carbs, your body is going to do everything it can to prevent your blood glucose levels from getting above 200. Because what hormone is typically secreted after you've eaten a meal of glucose? Insulin. And insulin's job is to cause an increase in uptake of glucose. So more glucose leaves the blood, goes into the cells. .320 is a problem because anything greater than 300, if you recall from the renal system, there's something called renal threshold. You will be tested on something along those lines, right? Renal threshold, Tmax kind of stuff. Anything that's greater than 300 is going to get peed out. Your body only has so many transporters for glucose. The SGLT, there's only so many, and they can only move so fast. So if this value is too high, the SGLT cannot keep up with reabsorption of glucose in your kidneys. Not possible. So there are 3 other values that they got out of David: plasma ketones, urinary glucose, and urinary ketones. Let's talk about the urinary glucose levels first. 4+. Normal levels are 0, and he's at 4+. Does he have glucose in his urine? Yeah. Does he have a lot of glucose in his urine? Yeah. Where does water want to be, y'all? Why is he urinating every 30 to 40 minutes? Why does David have polyuria? Because the glucose, the party, which fills up that bladder real fast. That's no bueno. The urine volume just went up. Now, ketones are something that I've referenced a few times. I really don't know how much you guys have retained on ketones. I tend not to test on them heavily. I used to actually teach a chapter on metabolism, body metabolism, but I don't get to do that anymore. That was when we used to just have physiology as a course. There was an anatomy course and there was a physiology course. So people learned about structures and then they learned about functions. But no, that was before I got into recording my lectures. No, but yeah, there is a chapter in your textbooks on metabolism. It's there. But ketones are, I've mentioned a few times, are a byproduct of using fatty acids to make ATP. The body doesn't have to have glucose to make ATP. It prefers glucose. Glucose is by far the best energy source for making ATP. But we can throw fatty acids into that Krebs cycle. And when we do, it goes through a process called beta oxidation, and it's going to end up creating ketonic acids. Ketones are acids, which I referred to like acetone. You guys remember me talking about fingernail polish remover? And your body is producing those when it doesn't have enough glucose available for the cells. I mean, David's got plenty of glucose. It's just not available for cells to use because we can't get that glucose from the blood into the cells. Does that make sense? That always confused me when I was just learning physiology for the first time. I'm like, well, there's plenty of glucose there. Well, the cells can't use it. It's lost. So the body's got to come up with another source of energy, and it starts to use fats. And it breaks down those fatty acids, it beta oxidizes them, and it produces ketones. So David's starting to get into ketoacidosis. Does that make sense? Ketones are an acid. They're building up in the bloodstream. We're going to be trying to pee them out. And this is a ketonic acid. So acid is building up in his bloodstream. We have ketoacidosis. Yes, no, maybe so? Awesome. So let's just get down to the nitty gritty here. Why does David have glucose in his urine? SGLT, right? Those sodium glucose transporters, there's only so many of them and they only move so fast. And we max out that transport, then whatever cannot be transported stays in the filtrate. Yes, no, maybe so? And therefore polyuria comes because party. If glucose isn't getting reabsorbed and it stays in the filtrate, then water stays in that filtrate. So why does he have polydipsia? This means mini thirst. It's a funny little combination of terms. Why does he have polydipsia? This is a big jump. Boom. This is a big jump. What's going on here? Oh, thank you, Beck. That was awesome. Polydipsia means thirst, but why is he thirsty? It's not magic. You're not magically thirsty. Your body has to be sending signals. A stimulus results in a response. Yes, no, maybe so? This is the biggest jump you guys have had to make so far. Because we immediately went from polyuria to polydipsia, but polyuria tells us there's an increase in urine volume. So what should we be thinking about next? There's too much urine, then there is too little what? And when blood volume drops, what happens to her blood pressure? Increase, decrease, or his blood pressure? Increase, decrease, no change. And if that blood pressure drops, what hormone should we be thinking about? Dr. H, seriously? You bringing renin back into this again? Yeah, sorry, not sorry. And when renin comes into play, we're talking about Ang2, and Ang2 is the most potent thirst activator that I know. I don't know of a single hormone in all of biology that's more powerful than Ang2 in stimulating thirst. Ketones are there because we can't use glucose for energy, so we have to break down fatty acids. And therefore, there's ketoacidosis, and what's going to be happening, boom, with the acid-base imbalance? Is he going to have acidosis or alkalosis? Acidosis. And is this a CO2 related disorder? Or is this this is a hydrogen or bicarb related disorder? Does that make sense? So he's going to have metabolic acidosis. And you can think about all the things that are going to be happening with the compensatory mechanisms. For instance, can his respiratory system compensate? It's not a respiratory problem. So so what's going to be happening to his respiratory rate trying to compensate for this? Is David going to have hyperventilation or hypoventilation? Yeah, Becca, you got it. Does that make sense to everybody? Is like somebody with diabetes that's unchecked, they're going to be having an increase in pulmonary ventilation. It's going to be a part of the problem. Blood pressure is tanked because peeing it all out. pH is going to be acidic. You guys got all that. Awesome. Okay. I hope you guys had some fun with these case studies. There's a lot, but I hope you're relatively impressed, at least those that are left here. We lost like 7 people through this. I don't know what's going on there. It is Wednesday, right? We're supposed to have a lab today. It is what it is. People just they have something else going on. That's fine. This stuff will be on your exams. Just to remind you, not every step, but you guys see that I kept going back to the same major context. Where does water want to be? If urine volume increases, what happens to blood volume? What hormone's going to be involved in this? A lot of similarities, a lot of redundancies, even though we're talking about extremely different diseases. Yes? I want to teach you guys that diseases are very unique, but they also have similarities, and it's the understanding of the similarities that's going to give you comfort on what's different. It's going to help you guys find a foundation you can stand on, and then you start stressing about what's not similar. Let's take a break. You're not done yet, but we're going into all play mode now. The next thing we're going to do is just play. Please don't mean that you leave. Okay, this play stuff is still going to be measuring your knowledge, helping you review. And hopefully I'm going to give you guys a YouTube channel that maybe you'll want to just, dink around with and watch in some of your spare time, because I think it's a lot of fun. Don't worry about it. It's just a teaser. Come back and you'll be able to see what the heck I'm talking about. What's spare time? With your kids. It's always spare time. Stop watching TikTok. Let's come back at let's come back at 20 after. Guys, go get some food. We're not going to be spending. We're not going to go past 1. We're just going to have a little bit of fun. So please come back at 20 after, and keep that brain going. All right. All right, my friends. Let's have a little bit of fun. In order to do that, I'm actually going to take you off of my headset because I'm going to have you. Can you guys hear me okay? Nope, nope. Going once, going twice. Oh, now you can. Okay, awesome. So I'm going to have you guys listening to YouTube, and I hope that the volume, normally this works just fine, no problems. So I'm hoping that the volume comes through to you guys. Let me share my screen. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to watch some case studies. We'll just do probably 1, 2 at the most. These case studies are done by this YouTuber who's pretty darn, well, one, he's a doctor. He's really smart. And he's kind of funny looking because of his hair and because of his name. So YouTube, and we're going to be talking about Chubby Emu. Yes, his name is Chubby Emu. Well, that's his YouTube channel. So he's Chubby Emu. Chubby Emu, he always has this big spiky hair up top too, so he's pretty cool. Okay, reciting the medical dictionary from memory. He's that good. Like this guy is an absolute genius. But what he does is he puts together these case studies. I mean, once you find this YouTube channel, it's so addictive. It's absolutely addictive because what he does is he finds the most unique, like almost, anybody ever watch House? You know, these super unique, what the hell is going on? He finds real life house stories. A dad ate 25 packs silica gel for breakfast. First off, WTF. This is what happened to his kidneys. Student drank 2 liters of fiber supplement. For some period of time. TikToker chugged 8 scoops of pre-workout supplement. This stuff's happening every day, especially more commonly now with all of these online contents. Student drank 2 bottles over the counter, cough medication. A Marine inhaled burning garbage fumes. A woman ate 23 bananas after fasting for 7 days. Mom drank 3 liters of rum every day since age 13. Starving mom suddenly ate 40 cookies. So cool. These case studies are awesome. And you guys probably know the large majority of the information necessary to understand what's going on with these case studies. That's what I've found is every single case study that I've shown to the students, sure, there's new material, but you guys don't need to focus on that, right? Every single case study comes down to the basic fundamentals of physiology. Student ate 5-day-old pasta for lunch. Dad drank 50 beers every day for 6 weeks. Mom drank 3 gallons of water in 2 hours. This is the one about the mom in California. Don't go wee for a wee. You guys remember hearing about that? Maybe, maybe not. It's been a few years now. I'm guessing by the silence, the answer is no, or I'm just lagging like crazy. I don't know which one it is. No. Don't go wee for a wee. She had to drink 3 gallons of water in a 2-hour period of time and not go pee. She was a mother of, I think, 3 kids, and she was supposed to win a wee, and she died. So now we got, kids without a mom. It was for a radio station. A bunch of doctors called the radio station saying this is stupid. No, 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 don't do this. And they did it anyways. And yeah, she died. Crazy. 1 bottle of nutmeg spice, gas station sushi for breakfast, licked by his dog,
what you're going to find out for almost all of these is that there's a high level of misinformation out there. And Fishbone, I've never heard of this one before. TikToker drank 2 bottles of Benadryl. That sounds like a great idea. So, if we want to watch something on the liver, on oncology, infectious diseases, the heart, normally I go with the. I know you can do the onco stuff later if you'd like. I want to stick to the organ systems that we focused on. Okay, so heart, kidneys, or liver. Normally it's going to come back to kidneys or liver for most of these, or the brain, by the way. Do any of these look especially interesting to y'all? That's what I want you guys to help me out with. Laxative brownies. Boy ate 25 laxative brownies in 1 hour. I like that one. This one, 8.4 million views, so that's a pretty big one. 23 bananas is a new one. I'd actually like to see this one. So, yeah, I'm almost saying, let's watch this one. It was just released 16 hours ago, so I haven't seen it. Hi, little man. My son just came in. You want to say hi? I heard you out there singing on the swing. No, you don't want. They can't see you. You just have to say hi. Or you could just giggle. That's okay. All right. So let's do this. Becky, you want to watch a funny video?
We just had the most amazing.
It's not gonna be funny.
This is so exciting.
All right.
Woman ate 23
Can you guys hear that okay?
fasting 7 days. This is what happened to her organs. KC is a 23-year-old woman presenting to the emergency room unconscious. Her mother Jane tells the admitting nurse that KC had been acting funny over the last week, but no one was really sure what had been happening. KC was a fitness enthusiast. When she started college, she got into intermittent fasting to help regulate her diet. This is a time when people set specific times where they can and cannot eat to help maintain order in their diet.
I just want to get started right now, right off the bat. One of the #1 causes for these sorts of rando diseases, and I mentioned this earlier, is misinformation. What does that mean? What does that tell y'all? We hear something that is, it's not, see, this is the problem. Misinformation is based in some truth somewhere, but it all goes wrong. Does that make sense? And the primary reason is exactly that. Somebody didn't understand some initial part of the science, and then it got exacerbated. It got built upon. Like, this is the way to do it. This works. I read this, and then it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. For instance, soy sauce is used as a colonic. Well, does that mean you should drink a gallon of soy sauce? Hell no. Right? So that's what I'm talking about. So here she's learning that fasting helps to set her body in a more scheduled time. Misinformation.
She noticed that sometimes she could go a few days without eating, and without making up for it, she'd lose a good amount of weight. She noticed that on the day she started eating, she'd have a massive headache after the first meal, but she didn't think anything of it. Over the course of the pandemic, Casey had felt that she had become less fit. She took it into her own hands to tighten the fasting periods of her eating. She saw a group of people talking about how fasting for days at a time was a way to not only help limit intake, but to also suppress what someone called hunger hormones. In her interpretation, eating more would just cause the body to release more hunger hormones, making her hungrier after every meal, causing her to eat even more.
Oh, I love that. That was really cool. So I wasn't able to teach you about some of these. Let me just get back to this. Stop. So leptin we talked about. You guys remember talking about leptin? It's released by adipose tissue, and I was talking about how it's involved in like adolescence and puberty and stuff like that. Pancreas, now we're talking about pancreatic peptides like insulin. Glucagon would be the one actually secreted here. Cortisol, right? This is all the stress, adrenal response. And then stomach, one I never really got to talk to you guys about is called ghrelin. And ghrelin is a hunger, exactly what this says. It's a hunger hormone. It's your primary hunger hormone. That's really, really going to be pushing whether or not you're hungry or not. The more ghrelin released, the more hungry you are. This is a cool little graphic.
Meal, causing her to eat even more. She believed this is what had happened to her in the years since the pandemic. So, by slowly increasing the number of days where she wouldn't eat at all, she would be gradually pushing down levels of hunger hormones and prime her body to get back into shape, she thought. She started by not eating for a day and then leaving an 8-hour window the next day where she was allowed to eat. The next week, she tried for 2 days in a row without eating, and then 3 days the next. She did lose weight, but noticed that her workouts were sluggish, and the more days in between where she didn't eat, the more that she wouldn't feel well when she did start eating. KC had read online about refeeding syndrome that can happen when someone comes out of a fasted state too quickly. If someone fasts for too long, then their body would adapt to that state, so eating a lot suddenly can throw everything off balance. She thought she understood it and knew that taken to the extreme, eating too quickly after fasting for too long could be life-threatening. But she would never take it to the extreme, of course. It didn't really matter to her. She didn't have any syndrome. She was okay, but just didn't feel great. As the weeks passed, KC lengthened her fasts. It wasn't intermittent fasting because she would go for almost a week in a row without eating. She noticed that she stopped getting her period. Her biggest concern was that if she broke her fasting schedule and started eating like she had before, then all of her work towards being the shape that she was now would be all for nothing. She knew she eventually had to eat, and she was okay with that, so nothing seemed to be the problem. But one day, after fasting an entire week, Casey knew it was time to eat. She had never fasted that long. She prepared beef soup, which she read about online to help start refeeding, and had done it several times with success, but it wasn't enough. Over the next few hours, Casey developed her normal headache. She drank some water for it and started eating some meat, and then her stomach started to swell. She went to bed feeling cold and shaking. Over the next couple days, Casey thought she was being cautious about refeeding. She kept it up, but her headache wouldn't go away. She would feel like her stomach was swollen, but she just let it go. Casey felt her heart beating in her head. After a while, she thought she was in the clear, and any risk of refeeding was over as she started eating. She was hungry, and she started eating some fruit, and she wouldn't stop eating until she realized she ate 10 pounds worth of bananas and left the peels all over the kitchen counter. Minutes after her breakfast, Casey became thirsty and started drinking as much water as she could. She felt bloated and inflated and thought that the water would help stop her headaches. She could feel her heart skipping as her headache started piercing into her skull. She felt her stomach swell up while parts of her legs started twitching as the last thing that she could remember. Her mother, Jane, finds Casey on the floor wheezing and sweating without knowing how long her daughter was like this. 911 is called. Paramedics find that Casey drifts in and out of consciousness as she's brought to the emergency room, where we are.
Where we are now. That's an advertisement. 1 second, and then I'm going to pause it. All right. Does anybody else watch these things and like your own heart is palpitating? It happens to me. Like I get really into these. Just Melissa? Most people are just like, man, this girl be dumb. No, she's just a human. I want to remind you guys that you guys are going into a medical world. I hear this every semester because I think it too, but then I got to always remind myself, man, this is just a person. We all make mistakes. And in the medical world, we can't really have those sorts of opinions. We just need to make sure that we go in and we treat the symptoms and try to figure out how we can help this person. A lot of misinformation on the web. What sort of symptoms is she having? You guys write that in chat for those that have been paying attention. What sort of symptoms seem to be recurring? Headaches. Yeah, for sure. Thirst. I like it. The bloat, the swelling. Good. The swelling of the stomach and the lethargy. What has she been consuming? She ate some beef stock and water. And then she ate a bunch of bananas. I want to get you guys thinking right now. She hasn't eaten for a week. There's definitely going to be some potassium OD in there, right? Hyperkalemia is going to be a part of this. I can only imagine. But I just want you guys to be thinking about the physiology you've learned, whether we're right or wrong. Shit, I could be completely wrong, but it's fun to think through the problem. That's what I hope you guys are most interested with through this semester, is thinking through a problem, right or wrong. It don't matter. We're not the ones treating her. We don't have to be right. Where does water want to be? With that party. Oh, there's going to be an issue here, isn't there, as water is rushing to wherever the party's at. If the party's inside of her stomach, water is going to be rushing or staying in her stomach. She's not going to have a lot of water everywhere else because she's probably relatively dehydrated, low nutrient content, so forth, so on, and she just shoved the party down into her stomach. Beef broth is full of sodium, right? Potassium, party. You guys with me? So why every single time when she's been fasting, then she eats and then she gets a headache? Well, man, that water is going somewhere. It's going to where that food is getting digested. It's not going to her brain. Does that make sense? I could be wrong, but I'm not sure I am. All right, let's look at this. And then, by the way, the brain works with ions differently. It's going to be pumping sodiums in different directions, trying to get water to go back into that brain.
At examination, doctors noticed that Casey's body mass index was a little low. Her actual body weight was lower than her ideal body weight, which is a calculated and standardized clinical measure based on height and is used for things like dosing medicines. In this case, doctors weren't exactly sure what was happening, but what they were sure of was that she seemed confused and would drift in and out of consciousness. A quick test finds that Casey has hypoglycemia.
Makes sense.
Hypo meaning low. Glyce from Greek meaning sweet and referring to glucose, a name for sugar used as energy in the human body, and emia meaning presence in blood. Low sugar presence in blood. Hypoglycemia can explain why Casey has altered mental status as doctors start her on a glucose IV, but something's wrong. If Casey had eaten almost 30 bananas before presenting to the emergency room, and bananas are well known to have a lot of sugar, then how could she have low sugar presence in blood? A blood test finds that she has vitamin deficiencies. Doctors and her parents still don't know that she ate 10 pounds of bananas after fasting for a week because she couldn't tell them as she drifts in and out of consciousness. In her hospital bed, the nurse begins to administer the vitamins to Casey. As doctors continue her IVs, they find that she's also dehydrated for some reason. But very quickly, Casey starts to become agitated. Her muscles start twitching and her kidneys stop making urine. And then her blood pressure started dropping. Her heart rate would change from slow to fast and back, while parts of her heart would skip beats. And another blood test gives everyone some more clues as to what could be happening. Doctors find that Casey now has hyperglycemia, high sugar presence in blood. This could make sense because they've been giving her sugar in her IV, but the test also shows that she has hypokalemia, low potassium presence in blood. But why would potassium be low in her blood? She ate a lot of bananas and those have potassium. Casey's kidneys don't produce any more urine, so the potassium couldn't have been urinated out. She hasn't had a bowel movement in the one day that she's been in the hospital, so she didn't lose any there either. You can't breathe potassium out, meaning that that potassium must have exited her blood and entered somewhere else inside of Casey's body. And if most of the body's potassium is already inside the cells, then it means something must have caused even more potassium from the blood to get shoved into the cells.
So let's remind ourselves of the big point here. This is great. I love that he's talking about this because it always goes back down to that basic cellular level, and it gets back to some of the physics. Everything in the universe is trying to go from an area of high to low. And we're going to have potassium in the blood, which we would have thought she had hyperkalemia. But that potassium's not in the blood. It had to go somewhere where potassium levels are, for whatever reason, low. And that's what he's going through right now. Does that make sense? Just making sure you guys are all on track.
And this happened during the time that she was in the hospital because when she presented to the emergency room, her blood potassium level and other electrolytes were mostly normal. So how could this happen? The medical team takes a closer look at the blood test and finds that it's not just potassium that's low in Casey's blood. She also has hypocalcemia, low calcium presence in blood, hypomagnesemia, low magnesium presence in blood, and hypophosphatemia, low phosphate presence in blood. And if there's been more things going into her body rather than coming out of her body during the time that she's been in the hospital, then why would all of these have low presence in blood?
Silly advertisements. Sorry, I don't pay for my YouTube.
Everyone, let's go.
You see, in a fasted state, the body becomes sensitive to insulin, which is a hormone that's released after you eat a meal, and the amount of insulin released can vary depending on the kind of food that you eat. Carbohydrates tend to spike insulin levels, while proteins and fats get a response too. This brings us to the idea of cell signaling. Hormones are the body's way of sending signals inside. In the case of insulin, it's a signal to tell the cells that new nutrients are here, time to absorb them in and use their resource. When the body doesn't get a lot of new nutrients in very often, like when you're fasting, the cells want to be more alert for the signal when there are new nutrients available, so they become more sensitive to insulin. In Casey's case, she knew to start eating slowly when breaking her fast, to eat a little and then build up more over time. But when she finally let up and ate several pounds of bananas when she thought she was in the clear, the sugar rush from the fruit signaled to her cells to shove the nutrients floating around in her blood into her cells.
Egads. And where does water want to be?
Potassium gets pulled out from the blood and shoved into her cells, explaining her hypokalemia. Potassium is needed by the muscles to signal a relax, and if there isn't enough floating around in the blood to provide that signal, then the muscles can't relax, explaining her twitching. Proteins from the muscles break off into the bloodstream and gunk up in her kidneys, shutting them down. Low magnesium prevents the kidneys from reabsorbing potassium, making her
Yeah, they're amazing.
hypokalemia worse. But that's not the only thing that happened here. Even though she has low phosphate presence in blood, her body's stores of phosphate may have been depleted because she kept repeating her fasts, and her actual body weight was less than 70% of her ideal body weight. So as a clinical measure, this could indicate a degree of malnutrition. The reason why phosphate is the problem here is because the body uses ATP for energy, adenosine triphosphate. Phosphate was depleted over time because of Casey's fasts, but also the sensitivity of her body to insulin caused whatever phosphate was left floating around in her blood to pack into all of her cells, regardless if they needed it or not. Some cells need it more than others, and they get extras from the blood, but when suddenly there just isn't enough available in the blood, then problems start to happen. And if vitamins are needed to properly use ATP for energy, then this brings us to Casey's next problem. Do you remember her vitamin deficiency and doctors started her on an IV of vitamins? Well,
Oops.
being chronically deficient in B vitamins can cause mental status changes just like low blood sugar does. And unfortunately, starting her on an IV of glucose was absolutely the wrong thing to do in Casey, given that sugar spikes insulin levels and Casey's body was very sensitive to insulin. The 10 pounds of bananas she ate did her in. And because she couldn't tell anyone and her blood levels when she presented to the emergency room hadn't caught up to what was happening, things just kept getting worse for Casey. Fasting is popular now in fitness and diet circles, and there's a lot more talk about refeeding syndrome now than in 2005. But the reason why doctors may not think of it right away is because it historically didn't happen all that often here in the United States. If it does happen, it's not always immediately obvious. Refeeding syndrome you might see in people who can't eat or don't eat for some reason. Those people might have a tumor in their mouth or their neck, or they have a severe mouth sore, or they have stomach disease and they don't eat for several days. Then they become critically ill for some reason, maybe or maybe not related to the fact that they haven't been eating for a couple of days. In the hospital, these people get sedated and a tube is stuck down their throat so that a machine can breathe for them. You can't eat when you have a tube like that in your mouth, so the medical team feeds you intravenously. If they don't know that you haven't eaten for 5 days, because it might not be that obvious, sugar and amino acids and fats are sent intravenously, causing an insulin increase, causing everything to get shoved into the cells in the setting of insulin sensitivity, and causing organs to shut down because there aren't enough nutrients in the blood for them to use. If electrolytes in Casey are low, then the answer is to replace them with care and constant monitoring as to not go overboard and cause high electrolyte presence in the blood, which can be just as deadly as the opposite. This could have been avoided if Casey started refeeding slowly and not eating 10 pounds of bananas so quickly after breaking her fast. or just not fasted in such an extreme manner. For weight loss, fasting can be a great tool, but with every great tool always comes a safety precaution. With careful monitoring and support of family and friends with her afterwards, Casey was able to make a full recovery.
Oh, full recovery is always good. Yeah, the images are absolutely fantastic. The story is fantastic because these are the sorts of real life scenarios. Yeah, PubMed it's all that and a bag of potato chips. PubMed's awesome. PubMed, PUBMED, everybody, that's what he was using to do those web searches. You ever need to find anything about any disease ever, really, any science that's out there, you just go to PubMed. PubMed. I think it's I don't know. It's a government website, so it's .gov. There it is. And then you just put in your search. So here, like intermittent fasting, you just pump that in, and then boom, now it tells you how many web searches there have been, and metabolic effects of intermittent fasting. You can look at the date. You can look at where it comes out. So all these articles out there. I mean, PubMed's. You want to learn something? This is where you go to learn. Not a textbook. This is up-to-date stuff. But it's amazing that, I didn't even go to that level. Like, I wasn't thinking about insulin sensitivity. Medicine is complex. I can't explain it enough, and you guys can never, ever try to oversimplify, or you don't want to overthink medicine either, because you never know what's going to happen. Well, better to have a savory breakfast? Well, again, Melissa, it's all about what else is going on in your day, what else has been going on in your diet. So this is one of those forms of potential misinformation. Not everybody is going to wake up in the morning and have a savory breakfast. That's not going to be the cure for everybody's diet. Does that make sense? If somebody has a low sugar diet, then waking up in the morning, they are going to be hypoglycemic potentially. Yeah. So you've been sleeping through the night, you've been fasting through the night, your insulin receptors are going to be ready for that glucose. They're going to be more in the sensitive stage. Yes, but some people need to have that energy pushed into their cells when they wake up in the morning. It just depends on diet, snacking, that sort of stuff. Every person is different. Does that make sense? Some people don't even eat breakfast. And that's okay if it works with the rest of your routine. The important thing is that you have to have the proper nutrients at the proper, periods of time. And intermittent fasting is not a bad thing if done appropriately. You gotta approach it in a smart fashion. You don't want to go outside of that box. That's the same thing I say about like ketogenic diets and stuff like that. But regardless, I hope you guys saw the physiology involved in that, because it kept on referring back to these insulin receptors. And that if you're fasting over a period of time, those insulin receptors get more and more sensitive. They want their signal. They want it, and they're not getting it. So they increase their sensitivity. So less insulin has more of an impact. Does that make sense? So now if you eat a small meal, your insulin is going to spike and your cells are more sensitive to that insulin, driving all the nutrients into the cells of the body. And that's fine and dandy if every cell in the body needed the same level of nutrients. But as Chubby Emu said, right, different portions of your body need different levels of energy. What part of your body needs the most energy? It uses 50% of the glucose of your body, your brain. And so if you get some form of hypoglycemia, If all of the cells in your body are getting the nutrients and the glucose, that means some of it that should have gone to your brain isn't getting there. So that was actually the primary source, potentially, of her headaches. Crazy. Not because of necessarily blood pressure, although I'm sure blood pressure was still a part of that story. Does anybody, I hope you guys get as excited, or at least to some level of excitement out of these as I do. I think it's super cool. And I hope you guys can see the relevance in what you've been learning through the semester. I like this one. A student drank 2 gallons of coffee. Oops. There's a problem there. Let's see. Student ate only chips and French fries for 10 years. You got a mental issue if you're actually doing that to begin with. It should make you feel smart a little bit. Oops.
From memory.
It's all right, Chubby. We don't need to hear you do the medical dictionary from memory. That sounds pretty boring. All right, you guys want to do the water one, and then we could be done? I wish it was a little bit. Actually, this one is 9 minutes, and that'll get you done by 1. But you guys don't mind an extra few minutes, then we could do the water one. This one's actually really good. Okay, this one's actually really interesting because where does water want to be? Where to party at? And so as we're drinking water, be trying to think about what's happening to all this water. Stop ruining my G.I. Joe. All right, moving on.
A mom drank 3 gallons of water in 2 hours. This is what happened to her brain. Casey is a 28-year-old woman presenting to the emergency room unconscious. Her husband Josh tells the admitting nurse at admission that she had suffered at least 2 seizures in the past 30 minutes. You see, KC had been participating in a radio show competition, Hold Your Wee for a Wee, where contestants would drink up to 3 gallons of water in 2 hours, and the last person to urinate or vomit would be the winner of a shiny Nintendo Wii. Clearly, this was for gags on behalf of the radio station and at the expense of its contestants, but KC was determined she was going to win that Nintendo and be able to play it with her kids. Immediately after finishing all 3 gallons of distilled water, Casey complained of severe nausea, and in order to hold back the urge to vomit, she was found to clench the armrests of her chair. Within 20 minutes, Casey was easily crowned victorious in the challenge, and her husband began to drive her home. About an hour after finishing all that water, and in the car, she begins to cry. She's suffering a massive headache and tells her husband, "I'm coming out of my skull." She feels pressure push against her eyes and reports that the vision in her left eye is going dark. Her husband drives quickly so they can get home and she can take a nap because they both believe she can sleep it off.
Sleep it off.
Interestingly enough, after drinking all that water, she has no urge to urinate or vomit. At home now, Casey goes to her bed to lay down while her husband begins to prepare.
There's a difference there, Trisha. I just read what you wrote. There's a difference. Drinking that much water, most people are going to go pee, right? You're losing water as you're hiking and backpacking, and you might not even feel yourself losing all that water through sweat, but you are. So you're just replacing that water. She wasn't doing any workout. She wasn't sweating. She wasn't getting dehydrated. So she was just adding water, nothing getting subtracted. In addition, if you drank, 3 gallons in a couple hour period of time, you probably went pee in that couple hour period of time. She did not go pee. So it's just straight 3 blankety blank gallons of extra water. You're doubling your blood volume. Yep, absolutely, Trish.
Dinner. Dinner's ready. It's only been 30 minutes, and the husband watches some TV and lets his wife sleep. It's here, in bed, that Casey silently suffers her first seizure. Unknowingly, Josh watches TV for another hour, trying to be considerate to his wife, who he believes is sleeping, but is actually unconscious and suffering seizures every 20 minutes. As he finally feels it's time to call her for dinner an hour later, he goes to her room to see her and finally sees her suffer yet one more seizure. 911 is called. Inside the ambulance, Casey's sixth seizure is seen by the paramedics as she arrives to the emergency room where we are now. Given the patient's immediate past medical history, there's several clues as to what's happening. Any doctor will be able to easily identify that Casey is suffering from acute hyponatremia. Hypo meaning low, natri meaning pertaining to sodium, or more formally natrium, as is shown by its symbol on the periodic table of elements, and emia meaning presence in blood, low sodium presence in blood. Acute, meaning that there are no underlying pathophysiologic conditions that are leading to this problem aside from the 3 gallons of water.
Simple idea. I went through this with somebody not too long ago in office hours. If I got a glass of water, oh, I am frozen. That's super weird. It's been a while since I froze. Can you hear me though? Yeah. All right. All right. Yeah, it's been a long time since it's done this. I'll be right back. Oh, that was weird. Maybe it's just this that's frozen? Just my IP though? Oh well, it doesn't even matter. So, if you have, just think about it. If you have a glass of water, you add some salt to that water. You have salt water. Now add more water. You're diluting out that salt. Yes, no, maybe so? So hyponatremia. Why does she have hyponatremia? Because she's diluting her blood with the water. Does that make sense? Just making sure that it's clear. And there's going to be more going on with that salt too. So I just want to get that first step. The real simple idea is just dilution.
That are inside her body at the moment, which leads to the first clue. Josh tells the admitting nurse that Casey had not vomited or urinated since the contest ended, which means that there hasn't been a net flow out of her body. The 3 gallons of water are hanging around somewhere inside of her. That water is important to note because Casey is a woman. The female body is, on average, made of about 50% water compared to male bodies, which are typically 60% water. Given that Casey is 28 years old, she's premenopausal, meaning that she has more estrogen in her body than a 60-year-old postmenopausal woman. Estrogen is a sex hormone that increases the proliferation of fat tissue. Fat, which is made up of oils, doesn't mix well with water. So as women's bodies are made of more fat, they hold on to less water compared to men, who produce more sex hormone called testosterone, which increases the production of muscle tissue, a tissue that does hold on to water. So if the female body is typically made of less water and contains more fat, which doesn't mix with water at all, then where are those 3 gallons of water inside Casey's body? Well, there's a bit of basic chemistry to be known here. The fluid in your body is a soup of several chemicals. In this case,
the truth is that Hollywood's elite
stop with your truth.
Get ripped while adding 12, 15, even 20.
The truth is this is what I mean. Hey, here's a misinformation ad right here.
By the fitness industry's secret that was used
they love
generations
these
of bodybuilders and athletes before steroids.
We won't get there.
Most
So frustrating.
important being sodium, which is 1/2 of this table salt. The interesting thing about sodium is that it creates something called an osmotic gradient, which means that wherever sodium is, water will flow towards it.
Party!
In a small science experiment, I dissolve salt in this water and place it into a tube. I submerge the tube in a pool of water that has no salt dissolved in it. You'll see that water flows into the tube. That water flows towards the sodium. So let's go back to the name of Casey's condition, hyponatremia, low sodium presence in blood. If she hasn't urinated or vomited since she drank all 3 gallons of water, how is it possible that there's low sodium? Nothing has left her body, so there shouldn't be less sodium present, right? Yes. But the water in your body is made of 0.9% sodium. So for every 1 liter of water, there are 9 grams of sodium. Most of the water in your body is inside your cells, and in general exists with 0.9% sodium. In medical world, we call this normal saline or isotonic. KC drank distilled water, which has no salt. If water flows to where there's salt, and your body water, which is mostly inside your cells, has salt, then KC cells must have lots of water flowing into them. This would mean that her organs, like her liver and her stomach.
And that made sense to everybody, right? That the party's inside of her cells, water's flowing into her cells, causing those cells to swell up, potentially to go through a process of lysis, potentially killing some of those cells. But there's more going on.
Are starting to swell with water. That should be okay though, because your abdomen is soft, but the water wouldn't just be flowing to those too. It would be flowing into her heart, her muscles, but those aren't enclosed in a hard space either, so it wouldn't be too much of a problem if they swelled up inside. But what is a problem is the brain. It's enclosed inside a hard space, your cranium, also known as your skull. Your brain only has space to expand 8% in volume until it starts to push up against the bones in your skull. As the water keeps flowing into the sodium-rich cells of Casey's body, her brain is starting to crush up against the sides of her skull, smashing blood vessels as it expands, preventing blood flow and causing hypoxia, or the deprivation of oxygen. As the flow of blood is disrupted to Casey's brain, parts of it start to necrose, or quite literally die. This damage upon brain expansion is known as herniation and means permanent brain damage in Casey's case. The disruption of hydrodynamic flow is a recurring physiologic theme when it comes to causes of sudden death. A cocaine overdose can overstimulate the heart, causing something called atrial fibrillation. This is a time when one part of your heart will beat at over 300 beats per minute, not actually contracting or ejecting blood. It causes blood to pool, forming a clot, which can lodge directly into your brain, causing a stroke, blocking oxygen flow to your brain and killing the tissue. In the case of a heart attack, the blood vessels providing your heart with oxygen are blocked by a plaque, meaning your heart muscle no longer gets any oxygen. The muscle begins to die quickly, and the rest of your body no longer receives any blood. In the case of alcoholism, when the liver is cirrhosed, or 99% damaged and scarred, it prevents blood flow through the hepatic portal vein, causing blood to back up into the veins of the stomach, creating something known as varices. And if those veins burst from the backup, you will bleed to death into your stomach. A rare genetic disorder known as tuberous sclerosis complex mutates every single cell in the body and can grow tumors in the brain called subependymal giant cell astrocytoma. This disrupts the flow in the brain and causes an enlargement of the head known as hydrocephalus, as well as these infantile spasms, which are really a form of seizure and has severe consequences on the development of these infants. They may never become functional adults if this isn't treated. The notion of blood flow through vessels was studied in 1840 by a French physician named Jean-Louis Marie Pausouly. He discovered the physical law that more generally describes flow of fluid through a cylinder, whether that's...
So by the way, this is Pausouly law is the one that I've been teaching you guys about, is blood flow. Blood flow is proportional to the length of the tube, the viscosity of the fluid going through that, and also the diameter of the tubes. But what's going to happen to the viscosity of fluids if we just add a bunch of water? Yeah.
Blood through an artery, water through a pipe, or even electricity through a wire. By an unreliable internet connection disrupting the flow of data for the videos that you watch on the internet, the disruption of blood flow in Casey's case has much more severe consequences. Unified under the same concept. Past medical history all point to this: the headache, pressure against her eyes, and the words, "I'm coming out of my skull," the darkening vision, and her seizures. Since Casey is still breathing, it may not yet be too late for her. She may not have herniated her brain just yet. The easiest way to treat her at this point is to use the same science that diagnosed her. If water follows sodium and water's flowing into her organs, then the cure is to draw that water out of her organs with even saltier water.
Not a good idea.
0.9%
Don't do it.
sodium is the standard in her body, and the distilled water she drank is floating towards that gradient. Then infusing 3% sodium water back into her veins will reverse the flow of that water back into her bloodstream and out of her organs. The final thing to note here is that Casey's condition is incredibly rare. The reason she suffered the acute hyponatremia is because of something called SIADH, Syndrome of Inappropriate Antidiuretic Hormone. A diuretic is something that causes you to urinate. So an antidiuretic is something that prevents you from urinating. Do you remember that severe nausea she complained of after drinking all 3 gallons? Well, nausea is a powerful stimulus for something called antidiuretic hormone, formerly known as vasopressin. Since your body thinks it's going to lose a lot of fluid in vomiting, it releases a hormone telling your organs to hold on to the water that it already has. It wasn't appropriate in Casey's case, and not only did she hold on to the water that was already inside of her before drinking the 3 gallons of water, but it also added the 3 gallons and wouldn't allow her to urinate. And because in this context, SIADH is very rare, it was an accident that it happened to Casey and not the other contestants on the radio show. But still, it's never anything you should ever want to try. Luckily for Casey, no herniation occurred in her brain, and the 3% sodium infusion was enough to solve the hyponatremia and draw the water out of her brain.
This is a different case.
Upon regaining consciousness, urination preceded her saying hello to her husband.
That's awesome. Yeah, it's a different case than the other one. There's actually, he's got another one about another person who drank the 3 gallons of water. There's something interesting that goes on in the brain. Let's see if I can get this. I know. Well, people, we want to believe that. What is wrong with my IPVO? My IPVO just decided to. All right, let's try. I don't know why everything's going weird here. All right, you guys can hear me now, right? Okay. So what I was saying is I hope you guys are interested in this. I'm kind of going on a little bit of a outside of the context. This can be problematic what happened here. Hospitals can actually hurt patients because of the way the brain works. The brain is highly protective. It loves to protect itself. And so if water, let's just go and write some numbers down. 300 milliosmolarity. Let's not worry about that too much because I didn't really emphasize that this semester as much as I should. But the normal osmolarity in your brain is 300 milliosmolarity, which has to do with the party. The party is 300. Who cares about everything else? Mass over volume kind of stuff. And if the outside is normally 300 milliosmolarity, where's the party at? Yeah, it's on either side, right? So water doesn't really care where it's at. Does this make sense so far? All right, so now let's drink a boatload of water. Well, we're diluting this value out. So this number is going to drop. And it depends on how much you drink. But let's go extreme, just for poops and giggles. It's never going to make it this far in a person, or you're almost definitely going to die. Where's the party at? inside. So we're going to say this whole thing here is the brain. The whole thing is the brain. Awesome. The brain. Water is now flowing into the brain, causing that brain to swell up, called hydrocephaly. Yes, no, maybe so? So the brain is very, very protective. It actually has something that's unique. No other thing in your body has. And that's specialized salt pumps. So there are salt pumps, there are protein pumps all over the brain whose job is to be pumping sodium out if this ever happens. If water starts to cause that brain to swell, we're going to have an ATP pump that starts moving salts out of the brain, trying to reduce that party. Pretty cool, huh? This can be problematic if we have a hyponatremic patient, severely hyponatremic patient, like this lady was. They got a little bit lucky here. If you give her a hypertonic solution, now you're giving her something that's about 350 milliosmolarity. The reason why they do that is because the water was inside of her brain. So we're trying to draw that water back out again. But if that brain is already pumping the salts back out as fast as it can, and then we give them a hypertonic solution, it can actually draw too much water out of the brain. Does that make sense? So you always have to be careful with those IV fluid bags. You have to be smart about when you use what tonicity you guys are going to use. Sometimes you give a patient a hypotonic solution, sometimes ISO, sometimes hyper, and you got to be vigilant on what it could potentially be doing to the body. That's why it's so important to understand some of those basics, the fundamentals of physiology. Cool. Now you guys know more about Chubby Emu. I hope that you guys go and look up some of these. A man drank 1 bottle of rubbing alcohol for COVID-19. I don't even know. Hydro. I don't know if he does one on hydrochloroquine. I don't know how to spell it anymore. Once upon a time. I don't know. It's hydroxy. That's what's. Yeah, so Chubby Emu does one on hydroxychloroquine. If you guys want to know more about what's going on with hydroxychloroquine, you know, he's very, very intelligent when it comes to this stuff. Keeps it in mind. So. Yeah, I don't know, Tariq. I'm hoping that people that do watch these videos are still somewhat disturbed by the videos and about the misinformation that goes into every single one of these cases. Everyone. You know, or it doesn't just have to be misinformation. Like there's videos on, you know, frat guys that are just doing dares. And then TikTokers that are just following the trend, and they just go like there's something different about their bodies, so the trend doesn't work for them. A lot of that going on out there. Man ate 100 zinc vitamin C gummies every day. Rot-row. Not something we really end up talking about, or what vitamins and zinc is doing to the body, but this is an interesting one that's going to end up causing spinal cord issues. 3 COVID-19 cases as described by doctors in China. Chubby Emu. Anyways, cool. This the end of the semester in terms of lectures. I hope you guys feel like you learned something this semester, that it's been challenging. There are some things you're just not going to be able to understand without further exposure to physiology, and that's perfectly fine. Be comfortable with that. It's okay. That's funny, Trisha. Good. That means your mama cares. And I hope this semester hasn't been just awful. That's my biggest hope. Biology, physiology, medicine should be interesting and fun for you. And I hope it has been. Very intense. It's 8 weeks. Everybody is more than welcome to stop by and say hi to me in Round Rock. I'd be overjoyed if some of you guys came by. That would make me a very happy person. Remember, your Unit 4 stuff is all due Friday. No, my pleasure. What else is going to be due? What else do we got going on? We got the homework. Remember, the homework is actually due tonight. Everybody remember that? Just a reminder. Coming up pretty quick. It's due at 6 o'clock. Is that true, or did I make it due at midnight? Let's double check that. I'm not sure. I know it says on the schedule. I'm just double checking. There's a lot of questions. If you haven't started it yet, gulp. I'll make it available right now. If you're that interested in taking it ASAP. Yeah, so 6 p.m. There's 100 questions, y'all. It's a lot. It's a big review homework. So you guys should, and it's only on renal. There's no repro here. You're going to have to do repro through the review process. So, all right, cool. So get started on it if you haven't done that already. The case study questions are not going to be due for a grade, Tricia. I didn't do that this semester. We just, time kind of caught up with us. So right now you guys have the PDFs that you can study. You can actually use these. Again, this information is fair game for the exams. Yeah, Melissa, I made that extra credit due on Friday. So you weren't completely overwhelmed with homework and everything. So that lab group study guide for repro, I actually just extended that out to Friday at midnight. And just like, you know, same time as you actually have the lab practical and the exams due, just you'll have that study guide done before you go to take that lab practical. So submit it then. Fair enough? The comp final is just due midnight, and I'll release that now too. I will have your grades updated tonight. Like everything will be up to date tonight so that you guys don't have to stress too much about what's going on with the exams. I'll have the exams fully graded Saturday. That won't be a problem. Your exams have very little critical thinking stuff on it. It's going to be, the critical thinking is going to be more increase, decrease, no change stuff. And then the comprehensive final, for those that are still interested, there's a specific format to my comprehensive finals. There are 3 parts to my comprehensive finals. Part 1 is all increase, decrease, no change questions. Okay, literally just A, B, or C. Part 2 are what I call but hows. But how questions are multiple choice. But how questions have to do with flowcharts. For instance, if we start talking about if there's an increase in blood glucose levels, this is going to end up causing a release of insulin. We got this, right? Everybody understands that part. But how asks here, what's going on with this part of the flow chart? How does an increase in blood glucose level cause an increase in insulin? And you're going to have a multiple choice question that refers to that. That's my but how question. Make sense? How does a decrease in blood pressure cause hypokalemia? You know, but how? Well, decreased blood pressure, we got renin, we got Ang2, we got aldosterone. Aldosterone causes the secretion of potassium. Make sense? There are multiple choice, so the answer is going to be there somewhere. You just got to find it. So it's not too crazy. But does that part make sense in terms of a comprehensive final? I like questions like this second one because it involves multiple systems. The third part of my comprehensive final, they're my critical thinking and their case studies. On the case studies, I'll give you a case. Like, you know, if I'm talking about neuropathy, for instance, well, neuropathy means, and I'll always tell you what things mean. I think I always do. I try to. So say, for instance, I got an example. It's not EI, it's IE. I got an example of a neuropathy, a neuropathy, which means, goodness gracious, spell it right, which means nervous system damage. If I damage a nerve, that's a neuropathy. So I would tell you exactly what's going on with the neuropathy. For instance, here, what if we had a neuropathy of the vagus nerve that's communicating with the autorhythmic cells? In this particular case study, we're going to damage the vagus nerve innervations to autorhythmic cells. So what's going to be happening to this patient's heart rate? If I damage the vagus nerve, then the parasympathetic nervous system is going to stop secreting acetylcholine on the muscarinic receptors, so those muscarinic receptors don't get activated. So what's going to happen to that patient's heart rate? So then I'm going to have a question. Heart rate. I'm going to say, what happens to that heart rate? Increase, decrease, no change. All right, does that part make sense so far? And then I'd say, due to the change in heart rate, what happens to their cardiac output? Increase, decrease, no change. That would be an example. And then I'd say, potentially, what happens to their mean arterial blood pressure? Increase, decrease, no change. So my case studies are answered with A, B, or C, A, B, or C, A, B, or C. So it's all, you know, there's nothing written. The comprehensive final has nothing written. There's no like critical thinking essay portion. Does that make sense? You'll just be answering multiple choice, increase, decrease, no change. But this first, here's the difficult part of it, is this first portion of the answer, if you get this wrong, then you're probably going to get the next one wrong. And if you get the first one wrong and the second one wrong, you're probably going to get that third one wrong. Does that make sense? Take your time. Do it right. When Unit 4, when will they be uploaded? They'll be done Saturday. Probably, you know, as early as Saturday morning, even potentially Friday night. I mean, I want to get you your grades back ASAP. So maybe even Saturday morning when you wake up, they'll probably be there. How much time do I have? You have got to be very concise with your time for the comp final, no matter what. How much time? How much time? Unit 4, I've extended to 3 hours. A lot of critical thinking skills. Comp final is also 3 hours. There's also always extra credit. The extra credit for the comp final is the only part that's actually essay. All right. I heart you guys. Hopefully the last of my voice you guys will have to hear as a professor. Kick some butt in life, in my class. Never stop fighting. Still a road ahead of you, but I have faith in every one of you. Peace out, my friends. As I always say in my YouTube videos, humankind be both. The crazy man that always wears his hat on backwards, no matter what, no matter what. I teach with my hat on backwards because I'm a person. I want to remind my students I'm just a person trying to teach you guys how to learn. Awesome. Well, best of luck to everybody. Laters. It's funny when the boyfriends and girlfriends know my voice too. Quite the semester.